Yahoo! It's Kaho! Awake for something, ready for duty. Yahoo! 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 How is everybody doing today? Is everybody nice? Is everybody doing nice today? I need a drink of water. I haven't drunken water all morning. Hello, Niju. Hello. Good morning, good morning. How are you doing today? You doing good? Ignore the Swedish flag behind me. That's just a reference to GeoGuessr. Every time I play GeoGuessr, I don't know why, but it makes me Swedish. It says I'm Swedish and not, you know, Australian, like I really am. And so, you know, I'm going with it. I guess I'm Swedish now. I won't have any of you calling me Australian. I'm Swedish. Swedish Kaho, back on the rise. Yeah, how's everyone doing today? Today, I hope everyone's got the blankets on and their hot chocolates with them, or tea, or whatever you like as your hot beverage. Not coffee though, better not be coffee. Because today, we're going to be playing some MELATONIN. MELATONIN today, it's a cozy rhythm game that I guess, I don't know, I don't actually know too much about it. I'm pretty sure like tells a story about this dude who's on social media. I'm happy now thanks to your stream. Ah, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I wonder where everyone else is. Normally there's like a bunch of people here. Maybe they've gone to bed already, you know? Work tomorrow and all. But yeah, today we're going to be playing some MELATONIN, a comfy game. And yeah, I'm not really sure what it's about. All I know is that it's got rhythm elements and it's crazy. So hopefully I won't be having to do like quintuplets or anything like that. I hate quintuplets. Triplets? Triplets are fine. Quintuplets? Not so fine. Yeah, today will probably be a bit of a shorter stream today. Maybe 3 to 4 hours. Because I've been streaming a lot in the past couple of days, you know, 7-8 hour streams. And so, you know, I'm gonna keep today a little bit shorter. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna feeling. Shall we get straight into the game? Shall we? Let's set it up. Yeah. So I'm just opening it now, making sure that everything works, and also loading. Where is it? Where is it? Where are you? Game capture. Here we go. And why does this always happen? Every time I open a game, it opens on my bottom screen and not my top screen, and I'm like, please, just open on the correct screen. What do I do? I can't even change it. There's no settings. Hello? Please? Alright, well, I suppose we're playing on the bottom screen today, yeah. Alright, window, we're gonna be streaming some melatonin today. Boom! Boom! Yahoo! Wow, I've got like 4 walls to my cardboard box. Each wall is just a different like scene in OBS. And this is a front wall. Welcome, welcome. The door's just to your left if you want to leave. Not that you're allowed to leave. You're forced to stay here and watch. Anyways, here's some music. Quite fun music, right? Boom, 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 boom. Alright, let's get straight into it, shall we? Straight into it. Whew. Oh, here we go. My settings tab. How do I control this game? What? Do I need a controller? Wait. Ah, shucks. Do I need a controller? Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm grabbing a controller right now. Right now. Come on. I believe in me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't show that. Don't show that. Is the controller gonna work now? Is it gonna work with the controller? Why isn't the game working? Work! Work! What's up? Ah! Oh, there we go. Now it's working. Okay. I'm gonna quickly swap it over to my top screen. I'll be 1 second. I'll be 1 second. Where is it? Display? Go on to my second display. Damn you. Games and their need to always be on my bottom display. Here we go. Here we go. Now it's working. Okay, back to the game. Back to the game. Let's begin. New game. Beware, everyone who's watching right now. The game contains visual effects like flashing lights and colors that can affect players who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy. So, warning. That's your one and only warning. No, there'll be more warnings, right? Right, I'll give you more than just one warning. Let's do it. Proceed. Melatonin is a rhythm game that requires precise timing for dreamy experience. Make sure your sound is on to avoid using Bluetooth audio. Alright, is it on for you guys? Well, not right now. It's not making any sound right now, but was it on? Hello Kiryu. Welcome, Yahoo! Hello. Let's start by testing your inputs. Follow the rhythm and hit the X. On beat when the moving circles fully overlap with the center circle. No sound off, I can't hear you, XD. I'm sure you can hear me, right? You can hear me. It's just you can't hear the game. Here we go, you can hear these beats. Oh. Gonna do it every other beat. Yeah, I got this. I'm perfect. Just ignore every early click. Gosh. I was so off. What? I think I'm fine. It's just a ghost Kaho cube in my head. Kaho cube. It's fine. One day we'll get Kaho cube number 3. But why does this game make me hit on every other beat? I was so confused. Isn't like, don't most things go on like 1 and 3, not 2 and 4? What? Alright, let's run through the rest of the story, shall we? Melatonin is all about recognizing audio and visual cues and reacting to them at the right time according to the rhythm. For the first lesson, pay attention to the cues. There will be hinting for you to react on the 4th beat when the circles fully overlap. Boom! Does everyone have the tea and or hot chocolate ready? getting nice and cozy with this game. So much reading. Oh man, for a rhythm game, having this many rules is a bit weird, isn't it? Have you guys started to get the idea that I don't like reading in games? No, in some games I like reading. Like if it's a visual novel, I like reading. But in my rhythm game, making me read in my rhythm game? Really? I should go back to Uncle Chop's Rocket Chop. Every level in the game will eventually expect you to follow the cues without the visual guide. There will be less guidance for the next lesson, but try to react on the 4th beat like last time, alright? You couldn't make it more obvious. Look, it's a rhythm game. All it has to do is play the music, make the visuals, and that's it. 4, 1, 2, 3, boom. Oh. 1, 2, 3, boom. Oh. Wow, I'm really bad at this, aren't I? Some levels will have multiple reaction types. In the next lesson, follow the cue and react on with L and R on the 2nd and 4th beats. What? Okay, no, I'm starting to get it. Perfect. I'm too perfect at this game. My music background is really doing a number for me. Yeah. There will also be times when you need to start and end your reaction at different times. In this final boss lesson, it's a boss battle, alright, everybody? We're about to go fight the boss, the melatonin boss. And then you all better be sleeping after this. In this final lesson, hold X on the 3rd beat and let go on the 4th beat. Summon your inner Osu player. Oh, I see. Boom. Gosh. My inner Osu player is not working right now. There's a practice mode for each level that guides you through proper timing, but eventually you will just have to rely on your own keys. If this game feels too difficult, remember that there are various assist options in the accessibility settings. Nuh-uh, I don't need assist. I don't need assist. You need assist. I don't need assist. Alright, time to go to bed. Let's go to bed, everybody. Scrolling on the phone with the TV in the background. Me. Okay, I hear the music. Dream about food. Shall we dream about food or dream about shopping? Which one do we want to dream about first? Shall we just go linearly? I feel like that's maybe the best way to do it. Hello, me. Would you wake up, please? Wake up. You got a job to attend to in the morning. You forgot to set your alarm, buddy. You forgot to set your damn alarm. Wake up. Can I go all the way down here? I can. Alright, let's dream about food. Both not things I'll dream about. What? What are your dreams like? Wait, can I not? Do I actually have to do practice first? What? Food. Alright, it's me versus pizza box. Yeah, what other sort of things that people dream about? Most of the time I just dream about daily life, if I'm gonna be honest. I'm like, oh, I'm hanging out with this person and we're just having a jolly old time, and then I wake up and I'm like, oh, I wasn't actually hanging out with them. That's about it. Sometimes people kiss me in my dreams. Did you know that? I've been kissed in a dream before. This dream has 3 patterns to react to. Make sure you're familiar with how they sound before moving on to score mode. The last one is a bit tricky, alright? Practice mode will guide you through this using the timing circle and metronome. If you'd like to be guided at all times, you can enable that in the accessibility settings. Alright. Oop, didn't eat the pizza. Gotta eat the pizza. There we go. Nom nom. Nom nom. I'm too good at this. Eating my pizza. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Just count with the beat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you think I can leave comments while playing the game? Let's see. I usually can't remember much. But it's usually something related to an anime or manga I saw that day. Wow, really? Like you're hanging out with the characters in the manga? Wow, at least in a dream you get it. Yeah, at least I'm good at games in dreams. Man, how hungry am I? How many slices of pizza am I gonna eat before I'm satisfied? You ready for score mode? Alright, let's do score mode. Yeah, bring it on, buddy. Oh, wait, I don't get a visual cue? What? What? Ow. Whoops. My bad. Oh. I'm starting to learn the visual cues. Okay. Yeah? Boom. Now. Boom. Now. Boom. Now. Yeah. Yeah, I'm starting to understand it, guys. Oh, yeah, I hang out with the characters or at least be in the world. That's so cool. You get to live your dreams in the world. I've had a couple dreams where I've hung out with like fictional characters, yeah. Whoops. I remember, I think one of my favorite ones was when I was young, I had a dream about hanging out with, what are their names? Whoops. I actually gotta count the beat. There we go. The guys from Amazing World of Gumball. It's Gumball and the fish guy. Fish guy was my favorite one. Ellie, what? Huh? What? What am I missing? Oh. It's not even shooting anything. Oh, there we go. There we go. You did okay, but something was off. Yeah, I didn't know what the cues were. What? Okay, let me get back into practice and then try that again. Yeah, we had a pillow fight, me, Gumball, and the fish dude. What's his name, the fish guy? Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I get it. There's a beat in between. I understand this pattern. I think I got this one fine. It was the other patterns that really got me. Why am I only eating junk food? I could eat healthier than just junk food. Boom. Alright, I'm getting it. I'm understanding it now. On the beat. Oops. Okay, and then this one, he'll go forward 3 times and then I eat him. Do you think I can eat the box as well? Are pizza boxes technically edible? If I were stuck on a deserted island and all I had to eat were pizza boxes, could I eat it? I don't know what it's called. Normally I remember a lot of names. But no one remembers the fish people, huh? No one remembers Kaho's name. No one remembers the fish guy from Gumball. Poor fish dude. I'm just counting the beats in between, honestly. 3, go! Whoops! 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom! Boom! Yeah, everyone count with me. 2, 3, now! Yes! I got it perfect this time! Now! Yeah, these clouds aren't gonna trick me. Whoops! I take it back, they did trick me. 1, 2, catch! Yeah! 2 in between on that one. Whoops! Whoops! Can miss that one by a mile. Another big one? Oh, the donut guy is what tricked me last time. 2, catch! Yeah! 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, catch, 2. Oh, whoops. Why are the donuts not coming on screen? What? Are you guys seeing this too? The donuts don't come on screen when he does the 1, 2, 3, 4. Huh? What? Oh no, there was a donut that time. They're just so quick that I can't see. Oh, what? That's good enough, right? 2 stars. 2 stars is the best you're gonna get out of me. Wait, 0 rings? What are the rings? I wonder, wait, so what can I dream about? Dream about shopping? Really? What do I want? I'm the kind of person to want a Lamborghini, a bunch of paper shopping bags with nothing in them. I just want the bags. I'm the kind of person to buy pizza for the little pizza table they give you on the at some restaurants. You know that little like. Do they do that in other countries? Sometimes you come here and you buy a pizza and there's a little pizza table. I'm not actually buying the pizza. I'm just buying the table that the pizza comes in and the box. And then I guess I want to shop money. I want to buy the minting firm that they make the money at. Some people say that dreams have a meaning. I'm always very confused about what my dreams mean. Yeah, I suppose my dreams just mean I want to hang out with a lot of people, huh? Pizza table? Yeah. It's like a tiny little plastic table that comes with your pizza. I don't know how to explain it. You have to Google it. Dream about tech? Dream about followers? Let me dream about followers real quick. Anyone watching right now, you better follow if I get this perfect. Even if I don't get it perfect, you better follow. 15, 16, 17, 18. This dream, you'll be jumping from platform to platform. After landing, jump when the platform is about to launch you upwards. I see. Don't jump as soon as you touch the platform. Alright. The phone vibrations will act as cues for the more tricky parts. Alright. Oh, whoops. I didn't realize it was just gonna be one after another. What? Huh? 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2. But like I'm always waiting. Okay, let's see what happens in this one. I see. Wait, so this one's just one after another. Okay, actually, it's way easier once I start tapping my foot to the beat. I said that. I'm still getting really horrible scores, aren't I? There we go. Now, you gotta relax. Oh, we're getting in some quavers. Shucks. Bum, 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 bum. 2, 3, and 4, and 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is how you're supposed to count it. Do you think I can do it? Do you guys believe in me? I'm gonna give it a try. Alright, everyone, just relax now. Relax. Just like me. We're just gonna relax. Now. Why am I so bad at this? What? Guys, I should not be playing rhythm games. Whoops. Just go for green. Just go for green. Now. Come on. Am I late or am I early? got 1 star yet, but I've got 8 billion likes so far. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, I think I'm getting the hang of it. No, I'm not. Never mind, I take it back. Didn't even get 1 star. Google doesn't give me good results, pizza table. What? Boo. Hold on, I'm Googling it for you right now. Yeah. Here we go. Even Wikipedia has like an image. First thing when I search up pizza table. How am I supposed to do this? Copy image address. I got you. I got you on the pizza table. Where's it? Over here? Oops. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. There we go. Pizza table. Pizza table. Pizza table. Yeah. And I'm like, hold on, I'll grab another image for what it's supposed to look like on the pizza. Copy image. And then send the image. You see what I mean? It's a little pizza table. They put it out the middle of the pizza. And you get a little pizza table. Why would you need that? What do you mean, why would you need that? So you can like add little pizza chairs to your pizza table. Hold on, hold on. You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't understand the desire to own a little pizza table and little pizza chairs to go with your little pizza table. Just giving the employees more work to do. Here you go, now you got your little pizza chairs to go with your little pizza table, and so now you can give your little pizza dudes a little pizza. You get me? You getting where I'm coming from? So a pizza table. What? I will not be hearing any complaints today about the pizza tables, alright? 0 complaints. I think that's another Aussie thing. Is it really? Really? You guys telling me you don't have pizza tables? Hold on, hold on. Let me... Pizza table. Where? Where is the pizza table? The history behind the pizza table is fascinating. Hey, we're going to take a quick break from the game and learn about the pizza table. When you're a kid, ordering pizza can be its own kind of holiday. Not only do you get to eat something delicious, if you, too, have an active imagination, you can also get a free toy, the pizza table. The little pizza table. The door's also too thick on this pizza. Like the pizza on screen. Is it? I feel like I can't really tell how thick the pizza is. As it turns out, these doll-sized plastic objects not only serve an important function. What's an important function? Really? They cannot serve an important function. But also an interesting history. They also have a real name other than Pizza Tail. The Huffington Post... Oh, what? Just tell me why they exist. Oh, it's called a pizza saver. Not a pizza table, but a pizza saver. Huh? Prevents the pizza boxes from drooping. Oh! I see. Okay. Here's what's up. Here's what's up, everybody. So, a little pizza table. It, like, you put in the middle of your pizza, and then you close the box, and the box will get soggy, right? Back when boxes used to just be cardboard and weren't, like, better, like they are nowadays, they'd get soggy, and then the droop in the center, and then maybe even touch your pizza, and then your pizza would taste like cardboard at the center. And so the little pizza table was there to, like, act as a little column support, apparently. A little column support to protect the box, the pizza from the box. Oh, what? This is interesting. It's like, oh, but they're creative, right? A true hero. True hero. Saving our pizzas from the pizza box. Wow, what a brave, brave hero. So that's what they're for. That's the infamous pizza box. Now you all know, huh? Now you all know what the pizza box is for. So no cardboard taste, but instead plastic taste. No. You don't get plastic taste in your pizza. You just get a little pizza table. And if you want, you can buy the little chairs, the little pizza chairs with your little pizza table. And then maybe even little pizza guys to go on your little pizza chairs to eat at your little pizza table. And then a little pizza to put on your little pizza table for the little guys sitting at the little pizza chairs at the little pizza table. Yeah. Very educational here, don't you worry. Don't fear that this channel isn't gonna give you any education. We give you education all day, every day. Alright, maybe it's not time to get some followers. Maybe you're trying to get some free followers through hopping on phones isn't gonna work. Unlock with 8 stars? That's gonna be difficult. That's gonna be a real challenge. Let's do about shopping. Yeah, shopping. What would I buy if I had infinite money? I wonder. In this stream, items will be dropped in specific patterns on the left. Memorize them and swipe your credit card in the same pattern to the right. Sure. Alright, so I've got to memorize what I'm going to purchase instead of just purchasing them and then forgetting about it and then getting the Amazon. Getting a toy when you get a pizza? Yeah, it's like cereal, you know? You get your little cereal box toy and here you get your little pizza box toy. I see. This is just copy the rhythm. This isn't too hard. Well, except for the fact that I'm bad at rhythm games. I kind of like... It's kind of catchy, this song. What? I'm trying to think. What would I buy with infinite money? Alright, let's go into score mode. Let's get straight into it. I feel like I'd buy a house, right? With infinite money. Buy a full house. Oh, whoops. Restart. Whoops. I forgot there's no more circle on screen to help me out. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I guess I'm late. Ooh. Why am I so late? What? I'm too bad at this game. Let's go back to talking about pizza toys. What? Guys, I'm too bad at this game. Whoops. 1 and 2 and 3, 4. Oops. Gosh. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 and 2 and 3, 4. Do you think I'm gonna get 1 star? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and buy a nice old castle slash house with a large garden. But here's the thing. If I were to buy like a big house, who's gonna take care of the house? Like, I would have to pay for heating. I would have to like clean it. I suppose with infinite money, paying for heating isn't a problem, and I can always just hire a maid, I guess. Will one of you guys be my maid? It still feels like... Oh, sorry, I didn't even see this one. It still feels like you made pizza into some kind of McDonald's. Yeah! You have a little pizza toy. Maybe not made. What? Come on. If I had infinite money and I owned a mansion, right? A massive castle, and I had like gargoyles, and it had... What other things the castles had? I have my own Dracula as well. My own Dracula. Are you saying you wouldn't want to be my maid? Maybe, Blake. Looks like I'm gonna have to hire someone else. Anyone who wants to, any chatters or like any future watchers right now who wants to apply, application forms will be in the description. No application forms today, unfortunately. Alright. I feel like I messed it up really bad. I don't think I'm cut out for this game, if I'm gonna be honest. I'm really bad at this game, it seems. I'm not too used to playing games on controller, but I guess I could play on my spacebar, but you guys are just gonna have to deal with me slapping my keyboard. What else do you need to like own a big house? So I've already bought the house. I'm already paying for heating. There's cleaning. But then I've got to pay for extra food because I've got so many extra people living with me, you know? Miss Kaho, the morning tea is ready. Why is everyone calling me Miss? Literally, no one ever calls me Kaho anymore. It's always Miss Nyanako, Miss Kaho. Are you going to go make yourself some tea? You need to probably renovate it. I suppose, yeah, if it's like an old rundown castle. But I was thinking of like a new modern age castle, you get me? The sort of thing that like the Queen of Britain lives in. You get me? What does she live? Does she live in the Big Ben? She lives inside of the clock. Not inside of the building, inside of the clock. But yeah, I'd need to pay for someone to go get the food to go feed all of my maids. That are cleaning my house and making sure it's nice and heated. And then, too much work. Too much work. I couldn't be rich. I don't think I could survive being rich. With infinite money, that shouldn't be a problem. I know, but like... What else could I do with infinite money apart from just buy a house? I could buy a tank to defend my house. My guards don't get guns, they get tanks. Go defend my house, Mr. Guard. And they're not allowed to laugh as well, just like the British guards. Kaho and Panzer, exactly. I'll buy some like artillery as well. Make sure my house is nice and defended. Build a moat around it. Get some sharks and crocodiles in the moat. Some puffer fish as well. I'll get my very own sushi chef. Private sushi chef just for me. I don't know. I feel like it'd be kind of boring being someone's private chef, right? Because it's kind of like... I feel like if you're working as a chef as a job, you want to make as many people happy as you can. But going private, you're making like 4 people happy. You know, 4 just very rich people happy. And then it's like, you don't get to make hundreds of people happy per hour, just 4. 4 people happy 3 times a day. But I guess you would have a lot more creative freedom, wouldn't you? Over like what you can cook and whatnot, and what ingredients you're allowed to use and all of that. Because you're not limited by, you know, restaurant logistics and what regular people want to eat and whatnot. So you just breakfast yourself. Yeah, there's a little dungeon with a little prison cell in it, and I lock myself in the prison cell so I never have to talk to anyone. And it's got a little computer there and a streaming setup, and that's my new residence. That's where I live now, my little castle. And then it's got another prison cell for all the shrimple, so I can head out at any time and go eat the shrimple, and then go back into my prison cell and continue playing my games. Yeah, that sounds about right? That sounds about right. So basically nothing changes to now. What? There's a couple of things. I mean, I'm not locked up right now. You guys aren't locked up. You guys could run away if I tried to eat you. Not for long. There's also torture machines down there just to scare people. but they don't actually work. The hinges are a bit rusty, and so they don't actually work. But they're there. Don't you worry. They do exist. They're down there. They just, I don't know how to use them. They're like too ancient for me, you know? Yeah. What else? What else could I have? I could write infinite plushies and infinite puppies and then infinite puppy trainers to go train my infinite puppies and yeah. And I suppose I could go solve world hunger while I'm at it. Gosh. I suppose I could actually spend my money on like a world issue or two as well. Instead of just spending it all on myself. Some wild fetishes. What? Having torture equipment that doesn't work? Wow, these rusty hinges really, I can't look at these rusty hinges for 1 minute longer. Let me see what else I would buy. Let me name out every product that's about to pop up. Are you ready? There's already a watch and some rings. 1, 2, 3, 4. Watch, shoe, perfume, ring. Wedding ring, even. Am I getting married? Diamond, watch, shoes, perfume, wedding ring again. I'm getting married again. Same things again. Diamond, watch, shoes, perfume, wedding ring. 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom. Anything new? I actually wasn't watching the time. 2 perfumes. Whoa. Okay, just shoes and perfume this time. A classic. Why am I just buying the same things over and over again? Another wedding ring. How many times am I getting married? 2 watches, 2 perfume, a diamond and a wedding ring with the diamond in it. What? Why am I buying so many wedding rings? How many people am I marrying? And why so much perfume? I don't smell that bad. Wait. Can you guys please tell me I don't smell that bad? Shoes, perfume, wedding ring again, diamond, watch, shoes, perfume, ring. So many rings, it's starting to get suspicious. Exactly, my wife doesn't have... boom, boom. Oh, I've just given up. Yeah, my wife only has 10 fingers, right? The wife that I totally have in the stream. 10 fingers. Why am I buying more than 10 wedding rings, huh? Seems like you're getting your harem. Yeah, this is actually what I wasn't actually trying to dream about, like, having infinite money or anything. I was dreaming about the fictional world where I have a bunch of girls who want to date me. And I buy each of them a wedding ring. God, imagine how horrible a show that would be. Just a guy that keeps cheating on his wife. It's almost starting to sound a bit too real, isn't it? Huh. That's a little bit suspicious, isn't it? Right, the final thing we can dream about before being locked out is some tech. An AirPod, Nintendo Switch controller, but not the Switch itself. Why do I want the Switch itself? A HDMI cable? Yeah, actually, look at me in the eyes. Look me in the eyes. Hold on. Look me in the eyes. My biggest dream of all is to own a HDMI cable one day. I wish that one day I had my very own HDMI cable. I know it's a little bit rich of me, but one day I hope to own my very own HDMI cable. And I hope you guys will help me out on that dream. What else is there? A watch over here? Too bad I just bought a bunch of watches, huh? Another AirPod and VR. I hate VR. After Uncle Chop's Rocket Shop, I'm a big hater of VR games now. Not a big VR fan, am I? Stupid VR game. Kaho is just an isekai bweh smartphone protagonist? What? HDMI 2.1 cable. There's also a HDMI over here, just in case you need 3 HDMIs but not 4. Because this one actually hooks up to the VR console, I think. Wait, that's actually a good question. I've never owned a VR set of my own. Do you hook them up using a HDMI, or do you hook them up using like Bluetooth or USB? How do you hook them up? I'm actually so curious. How do you hook up VR things to your computer? I remember though, back when like VR was first starting to become a thing, someone got me like, you know those headsets but you have to put your own phone into it? You have to put your phone into it and then it just uses your phone to like give you a VR experience, and there's no controls at all or anything. You're just on a roller coaster with your phone. I remember that. That was my ever only experience with any sort of VR. And then also, what other VR things have I done? I've done like the VR testers. I think I played that one rhythm game, what's it called? Beat Saber on VR. And then I went to the arcade once and there was a VR machine and all, like, I got challenged to do Beat Saber on that VR machine. And so we did it, but the minute I put the headset on, it was just super sweaty and it's like, ew. Never use a public VR headset that's at an arcade machine. Don't do it, it's just ew. My favorite arcade experience though is, you know those chairs? It's like, how do I explain it? So it's a big screen and then you're on a chair and there's like fans pointing towards you and whatnot, and you put in your money, like $4, $5, whatnot. You select the experience you want, so maybe it's like, and you're always like on a roller coaster sort of thing, or like maybe you're in a mine cart or on a train, like a runaway train, but whatever it is, like it's a mine cart, we're in an abandoned mine shaft. And then it would like shake your chair around, doing like all the different things while you're watching yourself go through this abandoned mine shaft and go backwards and forwards and left and right. It's like the poor man's version of a like actual roller coaster. Yeah. I said, it's got like the noises, it's got the fans, and the speakers are pointing right towards you, so it sounds like the noise is actually in your head. It's crazy. That was way better than sweaty VR experience machine. And then there's also the racing games that do something similar. But I feel like that machine, you know, the roller coaster machine, still my #1 favorite arcade machine. Because arcade games are kind of boring, you know? Arcade games are like, oh, you can play Flappy Bird, but like on a big screen instead of on your phone. You can play Piano Tiles, but once again on a big screen instead of on your phone. You can drop a bunch of balls in a cup and get some tickets. It's like, what? What's the point anymore? I was in a roller coaster with VR headsets. Whoa! Right, like on a real roller coaster while wearing VR? I feel like that would just make you sick and like you wouldn't really feel happy because you kind of just missed the whole, you know, roller coaster experience. What? Why? Like, what was the purpose of it is my question. Is it sort of like a Jurassic Park experience? Oh, hey, you get to go on this roller coaster, but here's a headset and you can see all the dinosaurs. You can see all the dinosaurs moving around you and like try to eat you. I feel like the weirdest thing would be like, if you go with someone, you know physically you're sitting right next to them, but then you turn your head in the VR machine and they're not there anymore. And you're like, whoa, where did you go? Where did you go? Alright, yeah, basically just like that. Oh, okay, so it wasn't like a quick roller coaster, it was a slow roller coaster. Alright, let's learn about me dreaming about tech. In this dream, shoot incoming enemies one beat after they appear. Enemies on the bottom row will be harder to hit since they appear on the off beats. Alright. Oh, okay, I kind of like the music for this one. Do I have to, with the ones on the offbeats, do I have to hit them on the offbeat? Why am I so bad at this game? Normal ones are still better except wooden. Like normal roller coasters? I agree. I don't understand. Okay, so I'm hitting them on the offbeat. Oops. Yeah, I think normal roller coaster would be way better than like a VR roller coaster. Because I feel like, I don't know, it's kind of ruining the experience of like being on a real life roller coaster and having the real life stakes if it's just VR headset. I suppose maybe if it's one of those rides where it's like you're shooting the ghosts. You know those ones? You're on the roller coaster and then the ghosts appear and you've got the gun. But once again, I prefer it when those are real as opposed to like fake. Yeah, because it's like you, like the actual enemies drop down in front of you and you can actually see the people you're playing with. And then you got your little like laser gun and you shoot them and then it, like you get points. Way better than VR. Now I want to go again. I haven't been to a theme park in a while, like to a real roller coaster. I don't remember when the last time was. Genuinely more than 5 years ago, I think. Genuinely, it has been a long time. But let's see how badly I can do in this one. One, shoot. Alright, so far so bad. Not doing very well so far. I might have to end this game early. I don't think I'm doing so well. Boom! So I'm so locked in. I'm trying to get at least 1 star. Oh, no more curses to help me out? One, boom. Oh, whoop, boom, boom. Boom! What? Why am I so bad? Time for another theme park tour? Do you call them tours? I don't know. We could just call it going to the theme park. I feel like a tour for me is something that's like guided, right? Like a tour has to be with the tour guide and like, you get me? Anyways, I'm not doing too horribly in this one. But maybe rhythm games aren't for me. Oh man. Do I ever wake up? That's my question. Do I ever wake up in the game? Really? Not even 1 star? Yeah, going to multiple parks in a row. Really? I suppose I think you can get that in Australia too. I think there's some places where you can get like, oh, you're allowed to go to X theme park and Y theme park, you know, like Movie World and Wet n Wild with the same pass or something. But I don't think I've ever done that. I think every time I've gone to a theme park, it's just going, like, you know, I specifically go to that one theme park. You know, another thing I haven't been on, I feel like, what, like, in your own mind, do you think of theme park and water park as different things? Because I do. For me, theme park and water park, very different things. It's easy in Europe. The distances aren't that big. Yeah. In Australia, I guess it's a bit harder. And also, I heard in America as well, it kind of seems like it's a big thing over there. Yeah, in Australia, it's like, I don't know, it's never really a thing. And it's like always, in like manga and anime and whatnot, you'll hear sometimes it'll be like, oh, let's hang out on the weekend and go to, like, amusement park. And it's sort of like, I don't think you can really do that here. Like, here, we do have, I would say the most common thing are pop-ups. Like, we do have a few pop-up amusement things where it's like there's a, I don't know, the big swing. You know, the thing that just launches you around and you're, like, in a swing. And they have, you know, maybe like a pop-up roller coaster and pop-up like dodging cars or whatnot. But apart from that, it's like, I don't know. And also, you have to specifically scout out those pop-ups. They don't just appear. Some parks have water parks attached to them, but it's different. Really? Damn. No, for us, a roller coaster and a water slide are two completely different things. Although, I feel like, whatchamacallit, there are quite a few just like swimming pools here that also have water slides. But, and then there's like also specifically, yeah, it's like their water slides are kind of lame. And then there's specifically amusement parks where it's like, you know, you got like 20 water slides you're allowed to pick from as opposed to 2. You know, and there's no swimming pool allowed. Man, I want to go to a water park now. Stop roller coasters. I want to go to a water park. I feel like there's just something so, I don't know, fun about going out, you know, hanging out with people, all of you, I don't know, just in your bathers, having a good time together. Because there's people, the beach kind of sucks. Beaches kind of suck. I know that's one of my goals in my debut video to have a beach episode, but I don't know. They're just, how do I put it? You go to them, and then there's sand in your feet, and then you feel really, really sad and miserable. Also, I should maybe just change Twitch to just chatting at this point. One second. I don't think I'm going to get past these first few levels, so maybe I just change it to just chatting. And save. But yeah, no, it's kind of, I don't know. Hold on, let me at least go back to the map so you guys can get some music. I found sand in my backpack years after I went to a beach. Right? It is. Beaches are evil. And then also the salt water as well. It's like, ew. It feels weird being on your skin, like after you get out of the water and you dry yourself off. There's like salt water on your skin still and it just feels weird. And there's salty taste in your mouth and it just doesn't taste nice. And then your hair is all super salty and so you gotta wash your hair super thoroughly when you get home and it's got sand in it. And it's like, I hate this. I hate this. And the worst part is like, even if you're in the water, right? The sand is also in the water. Like it's not just at your feet. When the water splashes around, it splashes the sand around. So even if you try your very best to keep your hair out of the, you know, sand, if it gets any water on it, it's getting sand in it as well. And it's like, ah! I hate beaches. Beaches suck. I think I never bathed in salt water. Wait, you never like went into the water at the beach? I'm not talking about bathing in salt water. Obviously, like, I don't know, I guess it is a thing like salt bars, but I'm talking about like how you have to bathe in fresh water after being in salt water. I was at the beach maybe 3 times in your life? Wow, Australians really are different. Australians really are something else. I've been to the beach at least like 20 times in my life. Many a beach trips, yeah. Because every city is founded right next to the coastline. Like, I guess unless you live in Alice Springs, you are next to the coastline. And so it's like, going to the beach really isn't that big of a deal. And as I said, summers here get super hot. Summers get like, I don't know how many degrees. And they're like hotter days, 40 degrees, right? And it's like, you know, a beach is just a nice way to cool off in 40-degree weather. Because it's a good excuse to stay in water. Like, you can go to a pool Yeah, that's also a good excuse. But then you have to pay for the pool. The beach is free. You get me? Or you can go take a bath. But then it's like, it doesn't really feel like an excuse anymore. If you take your own bath on a hot day, it just feels a little bit weird. And so, yeah, no, beaches are a little bit, I don't know, I'm not a big fan, but I see the purposes of like going to a beach every now and then. My favorite part about beaches is when you get the food afterwards and the sun is setting and you're sort of just eating food, you know, on the grass right next to the beach because you hate the sandy beach. So you're eating the food on, like, right next to the beach, right? That's my favorite. What are some, like, beach foods? There's a classic, obviously, fish and chips. Obviously, the classic fish and chips. There's also, what other beach foods are there? Fish and chips. And there's like, you go to a bakery and then get some like bakery foods, you know? Yeah, definitely fish and chips. If you've gone to the beach once in your life, if you ever plan to go to the beach even just once in your life, that first time has to be fish and chips for lunch or dinner. While at the beach, you have to eat it at the beach. You're not allowed to get it and then go home, buy it at home, you know, wherever fish and chips restaurant is closest to you, and then eat at home. No, you're not allowed that. You have to be getting skin cancer because the sun's up, feeling cold because the like water breeze is so cold, but then the minute the breeze stops, you start feeling boiling hot again. You have to hate your time. You have to be trying to rub all the sand off your feet. I guess the nearest fish and chips restaurant is in Great Britain. What? Oh, that's kind of sad. The next beach is like 600 kilometers away. Wow. Europeans really live life differently to us Australians. Beaches are not that far away for us. I just go into the mountains or to a lake if it's too hot. Really? Wait, that's kind of... Huh. Because I feel like going into a mountain, you have to climb up the mountain and it's like, you just force yourself to do exercise to cool down. And then it's like, the exercise makes you hot anyways. A lake makes sense though. Lakes? Yeah, I guess lakes are free. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. For us, it's like beaches are always closer than lakes. And lakes are always quite dirty over here. It's not too common to find like a good, you know, clean lake. What are other ways to cool off? I did mention like public pools. And public pools are kind of though like, I don't know. Also, you kind of just go there and there's like half the lanes are blocked off because there's like people actually trying to swim recreationally. And so it's a bit like you're cramped in with everyone else there that's just trying to have a good time. And I don't know. And also some pools like make you, you know, you have to wear a swimming cap, which is totally fine, totally normal. Except I don't like wearing swimming caps. It makes me look bold. It makes me look bold. I don't like wearing swimming caps. Just take one with a train or cable car to get up. Bold, Kaho. I don't know. Yeah, maybe that is sort of the difference between Australia and like Europe or Japan or anything. Because as I said here, it's a bit like, also you mentioned going to Britain once, right? To go to, you know, to get fish and chips in England. And I'm like, it hit me that you can totally just take trains there and make it a day trip. Like it always gets me how in like, you know, whenever you hear people's experiences about going to Japan or in like anime and manga and whatnot, it's like, yeah, I went to this other city and it was just a day trip. I went there, stayed there for a few hours, came home, and I'm like, what? If I want to go to somewhere new, it has to be a full holiday, and I just even like amusement parks. Actually, I couldn't tell you where the nearest amusement park is. Maybe there's one that's like right next door to me. But I don't know. It's like this sort of thing where I don't feel like I could just make a day trip out of it. Although also, I feel like because of that, because you can't really go too far in Australia, you're kind of just stuck going either like if you're gonna make a day trip, you're going in a city and then that's about it. That's your day trip. Unless you've got a car and like you're driving around, but then it's like now your day trip has cost you petrol and all of that, and it's a bit and if you want to go with friends, it's gonna cost them petrol as well, or you've got to like drive together, and then it's like you're all cramped in a car together. So most of the time a day trip is like, let's go to the city. But then because everyone lives so close, it always gets me every time in like shows where they're like, oh, I just missed the last train, do you wanna, and then they get really blushed, and it's like, oh, do you maybe want to go to a hotel together? Do you maybe want to go to a hotel together and like, and I'm like, yeah, I don't you don't get that here, because you literally, it is less than half an hour between wherever you're going and home. And once again, if it's any longer, you're probably taking your car, and then there's no last train to miss. So it's just sad. I wish one day I can do like the old I can like be out with a friend and then be like, oh, it's cheaper if we get one hotel room instead of two. And then I'm forced to sleep on the floor. Central Europe is pretty much only a few hours train ride. Yeah, right? It's like, I wish we had that. I wish I could go to another city without having to, make it a holiday. But I suppose that's the price you pay living in Australia. Oh, sorry, no, Sweden, right? I live in Sweden. I do not live in Sweden. Oh no, we missed the last train. What could we possibly do? Stands directly in front of a hotel. Oh hey, we missed the last train. Can I just come over here with me for 1 second? Oh, what's this mysterious building that says hotel on it? Although I feel like, at least I've never seen it. In Australia, we don't have like love hotels or anything, and I feel like that's pretty common among a lot of the world. I feel like Japan is very special in its love hotels, because I feel like most places are just regular hotels, and then what are the hotel staff gonna do? Stop you midway through? But yeah, and so it's like, it's a little bit less awkward, because I feel like, especially like obviously in real life, if it happens, oh, let's get a hotel, it's like, it's mostly probably because you're with your friends, and it's probably not gonna be like, oh, it's one guy and one girl that just so happen to like each other, right? That's like a very anime, very convenient plotline. But yeah, in anime it's like, oh, well, the cheapest one is a love hotel, because apparently love hotels like way cheaper than regular hotels, and so it's like I think your trains just suck. Yeah. I don't know, our metro systems are fine, but anything outside of metro sucks. I've talked about this before. Public transport in Australia, horrible. Horrible. Sweden has the best train network. Well, too bad I'm not from Sweden. I'm actually from Australia. I lied to you. I'm a liar. I think love hotels is just a Japan and Korean thing. Yeah. I think, but also, I don't know. Like it's kind of strange. Because I feel like having specific love hotels says a lot about a culture. But I would never assume Japan, of all places, to be a very, like, lustful and open about that sort of thing culture. Like, I guess that's why I don't like love hotels, the whole, like, open about the thing. Yeah, it's supposed to be very secretive, right? Sometimes you don't even have to deal with staff. You just pay at, like, a little machine, and then it spits out your key or something. There are staff there, obviously, but they keep themselves hidden, you know? Secret staff, ninja staff. But yeah, I don't know. It's strange. But I don't know. I wonder. I mean, you go there for the privacy, yeah. I don't know. The people who are actually dating though use love hotels. I feel like it's more for like fling stuff, right? Because if you're actually dating someone, you would just take them home, wouldn't you? At least that's what I would do. Like, I wouldn't want to spend $50, $100 just to go, like, stay at a hotel for a couple hours to do it. Like, maybe it's the experience of, oh, we don't have to clean up afterwards or anything, but I don't know. I still feel like it's probably mostly for, I don't know, with the Japanese houses having these paper walls, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of modern Japanese houses though that don't have paper walls. But walls are more in older houses, aren't they? There are like modern houses, I'm sure. Well, that's how all the Japanese dreamers just screaming at, 6 in the morning their time. Or for people living with their family in a small apartment. Yeah. I guess it's maybe another reason. But I don't know, maybe I'm just a cheapskate. The idea of spending $50 on something that could be free is just a little bit like strange to me. It's a little bit foreign. But no, I've had people before that have gone to hotels for that sort of thing. So it's not completely foreign idea. It's just, I don't think it's something I could ever see myself doing. Yeah, I wouldn't pay $50. No. Oh wait, yeah, like 50. I don't know, I'm pretty sure it is usually about like, 5,000 to 10,000 yen for one, which is about 50 to 100 AUD. I don't know, it's a little bit, I should drink some water. Maybe I'm sick. I feel a little bit strange today and yesterday. A little bit strange yesterday as well, but it's hitting me a lot more today. I feel like I've got a lot more of a blocked nose. My tummy hurts a little bit. That's why I was like, I might keep this stream a bit short. And after like, 2, 3, 4 hours. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know much about it. It's just, I think it's kind of funny. But I think the funniest thing is like, as I was saying, there's like plot lines in anime where it's like, oh, shucks. Oh, it would be cheaper to rent out a hotel with the both of us than to just get a taxi back home. Which I feel like is totally a lie, right? A taxi would cost about $50 for like that kind of trip anyways. And so it's like, I feel like you could have, especially for the both of you, right? Because you'd split it between the both of you and then I guess someone just has to walk home. I think a taxi would be fine. Unless you're like 2 hours away from home, I think a taxi would be fine. But all I'm saying is if you're 2 hours away from home, why are you staying out till like, until the last train is gone? Anyways, shouldn't you be home getting like to sleep at a reasonable time? I mean, I'll take a love hotel if I were in Japan, if I need a hotel, as long as it's cheap. Yeah. Like, I mean, I feel like if I'm like by myself, right? And it's like love hotel or regular hotel for the night. Love hotel costs less. And I like want a hotel to stay in. I would just go with the love hotel. I don't care if it's like themed as love hotel. As long as it looks like they've cleaned it. As long as it looks like they've cleaned it, I don't care if it's like themed that way, you get me? Obviously it would be a bit weirder with someone else because there could be like connotations behind it. But once again, most of the time, if you're stuck out, like if you're stuck in the middle of nowhere with someone, it's probably just your friend. And it's like, you guys already know that you guys don't, or like even just can't like each other. You know, like two straight dudes hanging out late at night at a bar, and then, oh no, we missed the last train. What are they gonna do? Assume something because of it? They've been friends for long enough to know. One of them's got a girlfriend already too, and it's like, wow, I really wonder what's up. But apparently in Japan, it is sometimes banned for two people of the same, like, sex or gender or whatnot to go to a love hotel. Which, I guess that puts off the plans of just doing a, you know, friend sleepover, a cheap friend sleepover. I'm not familiar with taxi costs in Japan, as long as it's better company. I assume with like the whole Uber thing now, it would just be the same cost as like Uber normally. Because Uber's like a private company, and so people would probably just charge their own rates at that point. Or Uber obviously charging its own rates. I would assume most friends have slept in the same room before. Yeah. I don't know, I don't think it's that uncommon. I mean, I do have a few friends that are pretty against sleepovers, which are like, sure, fine, whatever. But, yeah. I don't know, I don't think it would be that weird, right? But, who knows? Maybe I'll just have to try it one day, purposely go to Japan, have like a friend there, and then, you know, force us to miss the last train and then be like, oh no, we missed the last train. Shucks, what do we do? Standing outside of the, you know, hotel entrance, looks up, oh man, I wonder what to do. Okay, mission for next year. I don't know, and also like this sort of thing is, I feel like if you're at the age, because you also need to be 18 to go to a love hotel, right? I feel like if you're at the age where, you know, you're hanging out until midnight, you know, at a pub with friends, missing the last trains, I feel like you are probably at an old enough age where it's more likely than not you've already got a partner. So it's much less awkward. Or like maybe you're even hanging out at like, you know, you're stuck out there with your partner, and then it's like, it's not weird anymore. You get me? Like the legal age of drinking is what, 20 in Japan or something? And that's just issuing a minimum age, right? I'm assuming this happens a lot to people who are like in their 40s or whatnot. So I'm not gonna put it out, you know, I'm not gonna say it's, what am I trying to say? I'm assuming it's pretty like more likely than not that at that point, you know, they would have a partner. Obviously there's a lot of people at that age that don't have a partner. But once again, I'm just talking like more likely than not. Probably they do. What are like other... I don't know, I do wonder in Japan how common it is to have friends in different cities and whatnot. Because I suppose you could always just hit up one of your friends and be like, hey, do you mind if we crash at your place for the night? Once again, pretty awkward. You'd be a little bit of a burden on them, especially if they're already asleep by the time you have the call. I think having a partner at that age isn't that common. No, I'm not talking about 21. I'm talking about like people who are in their 30s and 40s. I feel like that's pretty common, isn't it? Or do I just live in my own little world? I don't know. I feel like, am I wrong? Am I wrong that having a partner in your 30s and 40s is more common than not? Like over 50% of people? Because it's also, you know, that's sort of the age when people have children and whatnot. And most people, when they have children, they've also got a partner to raise their children with and to like have the children with and whatnot. Or else the birth rate per woman would be way lower than whatever it is right now. Well, to be fair, in Japan, I think, is it already under 1.0? Japan birth rate per woman. No, it's 1.2. They're still above 1.0. Sorry, they're still there. I think it's in Korea, right? Where it's underneath 1. Yeah, oh my gosh. What? 0.75? That's insane. 1.2 is still pretty bad. Yeah, 1.2 is still pretty bad because that's... What? I don't know. I suppose the idea of like every woman having one child, because I imagine in Japan, it's like, it wouldn't be too common to have 3 children or 4 children, right? I feel like it would be common to maybe have 2 children or 1 child, but yeah, I feel like even in Australia, it's a bit hard to live your life when you've got 3 or 4 children. But in Korea, 0.75 is insane. Because that's like tiny. 0.75 means on average, like, how am I trying to say this? Assuming no woman had more than 1 child, right? There are still a quarter of the women who aren't like having any children. And then when you consider that some people in Korea are having more than 1 child, that's even less women. Oh gosh, so many countries are just missing that 2.1, you know, equilibrium by a mile. But we are still on the way to catch Japan. You mean Europe? What's like, oh, Germany specifically? I searched up Germany. 1.39, shucks. 1.4. But, oh man, that's kind of, what's Australia's? I feel like Australia's a bit higher. 1.5, we're underneath the US. Oh, that's bad. Ooh, because Australia didn't even have a big population to begin with. Yikes. Oh wow, I'm not too sure if I'm going to be adding to that statistic or anything though. We're going to have a big problem. Yeah, because, I mean, I've talked about this before, but right now, most countries are just supporting their diminishing population with, you know, immigration. But at some point, even the countries that are having more than, you know, 2.1, which is, I'm trying to think of like the big ones. I think India's still a little bit above it. No, India's slightly above it now. Alright, I thought they were slightly, so they're slightly below it now. I thought they were slightly above it. Oh man, I'm trying to think of which countries are the ones that are having so many children per woman. Because the world population still is going up. And there are 2 reasons because of that. One, in the countries that, in a lot more countries, there are a lot more people who are getting modern healthcare. And so they're older people who, how do I put it? They had a cap, right? Like, most people might die at the age of like, let's say 60, for example. And now that's been pushed up to maybe 80, for example. And so there's 20 years of extra people. But then once that 20 years is over, then you can't rely on just an age, pushing the maximum lifespan up, unless we can push it up for all countries. For that one specific country I'm trying to say, with the current healthcare we have, we can't keep pushing it. And so, population is gonna start going down after that. I think a lot of African countries still have more than 2.1. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Because it's usually places that have a lot of agriculture, but a lot of farming, because children are great. They can start working on your farm when they're like 4 years old. And also places that have, lower education for women. Quite specifically, I think it's like it has a much smaller impact when men are educated, just because men can sort of, especially in a lot of countries that don't have as strict of a cultural norm around dating people your own age and having children with people your own age. Yeah. But for women, it's every year in education is every year that you're not dating someone, every year that you're not, taking care of, you're not raising children and whatnot. And yeah, also, places with lower education also tend to have lower access to contraceptives and lower information, because obviously less education, less information about any of the things that go into having children, whether it be diseases that can spread through the baby making process, or any problems that can arise when actually giving birth, and what it actually entails, the idea of raising children. And also, yeah, in countries where women don't work as much as well, a lot more children, because women have more time to raise those children. Maybe I just go on to whoops. Maybe I just come back over here now. I'll keep the music up. You guys can listen to something different today. Yeah, more older people plus people getting older plus less young people. Yeah. So the older people and people getting older, average age rate getting older isn't affecting total population. But there have been more older people. What am I trying to say? More older people in countries that used to not have older people. That's what's continuing to add a significant amount to the, current population. And then, as I said, I believe, what's the world's birth rate per woman? Is it still above? Yeah, it is still above 2.1. It's about 2.2 right now, Google's telling me. Or 2.3, 2.2, 2.3, somewhere around there. And so, it is, it is still slightly adding people to the world, but only very, very, very slightly. And it is predicted that is about to drop very soon. I think generally more conservative countries, I think. Yeah, well, I don't know, I feel like conservative, but also, as I was saying, countries that have a worse history, right? They haven't had so much time to build up a strong education system and all of that, and countries are a bit more poor. What am I trying to say? Not poor, but poor on an equal sense. There's not just 3 guys at the top of the country who's holding all the money, but there's everyone gets a little bit of money. Obviously, in every country in the world right now, there's people at the top who have the money, right? But if you look at the average salary in Australia compared to a place wherever, I can't think of a specific place right now. You can give me examples, but big different, right? Oh god, I just looked at the German population tree. What is it? I'm pretty sure though. yeah, all of the world wars are, what, quite, how long, they ended 80 years ago, right? Wait, 45, 1945 is when they ended, right? The latest world war. And so that, normally when there's war, you see a big loss in the male population, but now it should be about only like the really, really old people should be, but no, the really, really old people would have been children back when the war started, which means they wouldn't have actually been fighting the war. So yeah, I'm pretty sure most countries' male to female population would have recovered, but let's see if I'm correct. German population tree, images. Okay, well, I suppose you do see the statistic quite a lot that, like, let me go to Australia's population tree, especially in the, in the more like richer developed nations with that higher salary, very specifically with that higher salary. You do see this sort of trend where there's more men in the younger age groups and then more women in the old age groups, just because women tend to live older than men in, like, statistically, just very slightly older. And there's theories. some people are like, oh, it could be genetics, and other people are like, oh, it's just because guys like doing stupid things. But nonetheless, the more men being in the lower, like, being in the younger demographic, because I believe, like, it was a big thing and, like, a big, news thing when people in China were, when they limited the amount of children they could have, or just didn't want too many children, they would pick out very specifically male children because that's more, like, idealized over there and whatnot. In Germany, I assume it's less so. I assume there's not many people that are like, I want a heir to my bloodline. I want only a male child, and if it's female, I'm gonna cry. But a lot of the young male population is, like the additional young male population is from migration. Because a lot of immigration happens when young people come over to a place with a better salary for a better life, and a lot of the time they do labourers jobs, which tends to be handed out to guys more than women. Labourers jobs, big muscle jobs. And so, yeah, that's why it's slightly more on the male side. Once again, I'm not entirely like, this isn't 100% true. There could be like other things, but that is what I've been told. So if I'm wrong, blame whoever told me. Women are just built different. Like by 1%, sure. Let's hope I have the genetics from my grandmother. Is your grandmother like, did she live for a very, very long time? Yeah, the male, like, desire towards male as opposed to, like, female children isn't really a thing. Yeah, it's the same over here. It's not, no one really cares. I mean, obviously, everyone has their preferences. Some people are gonna be like, oh, I'm a dad, and I wanna, like, be able to play sports with my son, and I don't believe if I have a daughter, my daughter would like to play sports, and so that's why I want a son very specifically. There are some people who think like that, but for the most part, if they do get a daughter, they're just, like, they're gonna be happy with it and accept it nonetheless. There were very, very, very few people who would think like that and then be like, I will not accept a daughter. I will physically not accept a daughter from you. She got to 101. Wow. Wait, that's like super rare, isn't it? Oh my god, wait. What are the chances to get past 100? What is it? Come on. 1% chance of getting to 100 years old? Oh, 100 age. Whoa. 1 in 1,000. Whoa. This is way less than 1%. This is 0.1%. Oh my gosh. To be honest, I don't get why a person would think that. Yeah. I also don't really understand. Like, when I understand it's been a thing for a long time, you know, like masculinity and femininity and all of that. And so I do understand how they got to think that. But I don't think that myself, you know. I wouldn't necessarily be like, oh, if I have a daughter, then my whole sporting, you know, career, which I have right now, totally is over. I'm never allowed to play sports with my child again. Because I feel like a lot of the time when like a father would think that, it would become true because the father would be like feeding that to the daughter anyway. So it'd be like, oh, you can never play sports because you're a woman. And so it's like, it's just a self-fulfilling prophecy at that point. Yeah, 200 years ago maybe. Yeah. Like, this definitely, you know, the whole, you know, masculine femininity, it definitely still exists in some people's minds. But once again, I don't believe it. I don't believe it is actual. I believe it's just more of like a concept within people's minds. And then the problem is, when people believe it, it feels like the sort of thing where it's like, then people actually try to act it out, you know? That's why I feel like there's so many guys in Australia who try to get into fist fights or who play sports even though they don't want to, just to try to uphold their perception of masculinity. Because masculinity in Australia is like quite a strong concept. It's just such a, like, you know, the Aussie male bloke and whatnot. Yeah. Australia is not doing too well on that whole front. I don't know, if I were to ever have a kid, isn't it a nice thing that your kid may do something different from yourself? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's, I don't know, if I ever were to get a kid, like, I mean, I would love the kid. You know, that's about it. I wouldn't care. And, you know, there obviously like are, you know, struggles and whatnot that can pop up. But like, even then, right? Like, if your kid is struggling in school or something like that, or like they're born with like a genetic or like, you know, neuro, you know, atypicality, like Down syndrome. I know someone who has a sibling with Down syndrome, and it's like, yeah, okay, that can like definitely change things, like how you bring them up, and like certain things you have to make sure to take precaution with. But like, when they're still your child, it's like they're not less of your child because of that, and so you just love them. And like, really, what's the difference? Like, as I said, yeah, there are like certain precautions you have to take, but like, they're a person and you love that person, and it's like, what's the difference? Really, what's the difference? Yeah. Yeah, I think we're on the same wavelengths here, Kiru. I think we agree with each other here. I feel like it's starting to get to me, all the glitchiness of this hood that I spent no more than like an hour putting together. You still have beautiful days even if there's some hard days. I feel like that's the same thing with like any relationship, whether it be a relationship, like as we were just speaking about, a relationship with a kid. So many kids, when they turn 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, you know, in those mid-teenage years, become rebellious, you know, or they start caring about other people's opinions, and they do things that not even they want to do just because they think they should do it. And it's like, yeah, there are gonna be hard times. Even with the most perfect of child, even with the most perfect of friend, even with the most perfect of family member, even with the most perfect of like lover, there are gonna be problems. You can't avoid the problems. And so you just have to, you know, just have to fight. Yeah. I need water again. Lots of water today. I'm reading a lot of different things about the about the age, what are the odds to getting to age 100? Because oh wait, that's actually interesting. Okay, so let's say it's about 1 in 1,000 that someone reaches the age of 100. Once you've reached the age of 100, it's apparently again a 1 in 1,000 chance that you reach the age of 110. And so, what's that? 1,000? Is that a million? Is that a 1 in a million chance that you reach 110? That means there's only 27 people in Australia who are gonna reach 110 years old, who are currently alive in Australia today. Oh gosh. I wonder, are there any oldest Australian? Who's the oldest Australian right now? 111 years old. We've got at least one. We've got at least one person so far who's reached that 110 milestone. The 1 in a million 110 milestone. Wow. And even then, it's like, whatchamacallit? It's so, what am I trying to say? Like 111. That's the oldest person out of 27 million people. 111. That's certainly some statistics. Although to be fair, back when like she was young, because obviously not all 27 million people were born at the same time, and so there's still some of us, you know, me included. Hopefully you guys don't believe I'm 110 just yet. Where we haven't had the chance to see if we can get to 110, but still, it's wow, 111 and 334 days old. Is this person still alive? Can we have the chance of 112? Born 1913. That means they would still be alive. Whoa, wait. Oh my god, wait, we still have a chance. Oh no, wait, die. Oh no, spouse, sorry. We still have a chance. Australia, we got this. After 112, I believe in us. Oh man. I wonder though, it would be so tough if you lived to like 110. And then there's a pretty decent chance that your children die before you. Imagine that. Living to see your children both born and die. That would suck. That would suck. I feel like most of us assume we're gonna leave something on for our children like after we pass away, but if you live to that old, you know, let's say you have children, let's say you have your last child at age 30, right? Let's say you have 2 children, one of them you had at age 27 and the other one at age 30. I feel like that's a pretty typical ages to have children, right? That means when you're 110, your youngest child is 80 years old. That's a pretty decent chance that they were to die before reaching that age. That's insane. There's also like a pretty decent chance that they can live until 80 and whatnot. There's a lot of people who do it, but still, you probably also have grandkids. Whoa. Well, let's do the math. Let's say every child is having a child at the young age of 25, right? Still like a pretty, you know, not an out there age to have a child, but still pretty like, I feel like for a lot of people 25 is on the younger side to have a child. Once again, I feel like it's more common to have it in your later 20s or, you know, in your like early 30s, I would argue. And so let's say 25, just to make the math easy. That means you're 110, your children are 85, your grandchildren are, what, 60, right? Your grandchildren, you're actually so right. Your grandchildren are now 35. And then your grandchildren are 10. Whoa! And then there's like 10 float years, I suppose, of like, if someone doesn't have their first child at age 25, if they have it at age 30, then your great grandchild. God, so many. Oh my gosh. Great kid. Child, not grandchild. I guess it would have to be great grandchild or great kid. Anyways, that's insane. That means they're 5. And then if 2 people have at age 30, that means they're now just born when you're at 110. Whoa. Oh my gosh. That's... Some people are like, wow, I just want to see my grandchildren, right? Before I die. Let alone my great grandchildren. Oh my gosh. Wait. Yeah, that's insane. I can't believe it. So many people are like, yeah, I just want to see. Whoa. Whoa. I remember, I once had like a staff of a school, of like, you know, the school I went to. And I thought she was like, you know, maybe in her 30s or something. And then she was like, yeah, I'm retiring, you know, I'm in my 70s and I've already got grandchildren. And I'm like, what? I'm so bad at guessing people's ages. There have been so many people. I'm like, they must be in their like 30s, you know, straight out of college into teaching. I'm talking about like teachers specifically, right? So many teachers. I'm like, oh yeah, they must be in like their 30s, you know. They've come out teaching, they've been teaching for like a few years now. And then I'm like, do you think they have children by now? Or like, and then, you know, I'll like ask a friend or something and they'll be like, what do you mean? They're like old enough to have grandchildren. And I'm like, whoa, what? I'm so bad. Once someone's reached the age of like 25, I cannot tell the difference in their ages. Everyone, once they've reached the age of 25, they're just 25. That's it. Man, I can't believe can't believe I was so bad at this game. Melatonin. Maybe this is just a game I have to play on my own and like practice. Because I think like half the problem is I'm a little bit distracted, you know, also talking to you guys at the same time. I'd definitely give it a try later on, like in my free time. It's always funny if my mom subliminally asks if she'll get grandchildren. You know, my brother, I talk about my brother a lot. My brother's got a girlfriend. that's what I say about my brother a lot. Already doing better than me in life. Sniff. But my parents have never really like done that to us. But I remember right. One time I was sitting at the dinner table and like I forget how it came up. Oh, I think my brother's mentioned it to my parents before or something, and that's how it came up. My parents, I don't know, at some point it came up that my brother wanted to have 4 children. And my parents were like, that's impossible. In this day and age, nah. And I could just see my mum like almost shed tears and like empathy for his girlfriend. She was like, think about your girlfriend for a second here. Having to give birth to 4 children. But, and then I remember in the conversation, they didn't say it directly, but they said it in like a very indirect way. And they look at me and they're like, we'll never have to worry about asking you that question, Kaho. I think they've given up on the whole idea that I'll never get a partner, I suppose. I don't know. I feel like I've still got a few years, don't I? Maybe it's just I've never even come close, and that's why they're like, we don't need to ask you, Kaho. It's not even in the question. They're always subtle. Well, I feel like they're always trying to be subtle, but they're never like subtle enough, you know? It's always way too obvious their intentions. But I could feel like a little bit of relief on them being like, well, at least we'll get 4 grandchildren. Even if none of them share your genes, Kaho. I don't think I could ever do 4 children. I don't think I could ever do 4 children. But I don't know, I've also thought about it, like, the difference between adopting a child and, like, having biological kids. And it's like, to me, I don't really feel that much of a difference, right? And it's also, I understand one thing that sort of, it didn't cross my mind the first time I thought about it, but it crossed my mind, like, I think I thought about this question again, like, when I was, you know, someone asked me, and, yeah, I thought about the question again, and then finally the, like, thing clicked. I'm like, it's very different depending on the age you adopt a child. Like, if you adopt a child when they're still very young, you know, if they may be still in the infancy, like, you know, 2 years old, or, you know, under the age of 7, if they're like 7 or younger or something like that, then I feel like it would be very easy to sort of, like, it would basically be just like raising a biological kid, right? Like, for the most part, it's up to you to impart morals and knowledge and all of that onto, like, your child and teach them, like, you know, how not to mess up life. You know, teach them your mistakes of what you did wrong in life and be like, hey, I know everyone's gonna make mistakes in life. Just try not to mess it up as bad as I did. And also, they wouldn't have, like, too much memories at that point, especially if, yeah, like what you're saying, they're like under 3 or 4, where at that point they don't even have any memories. Oops. Then it's sort of like, at that point, yeah, they won't even have any sort of attachment to any sort of past life or any sort of, like, I guess, you know, trauma or anything like that, right? They won't have already, like, you know, I remember, you know, I remember what it was like living with my past parents, or I remember what it was like being in the foster home before I was adopted, right? But then if you were to get someone in the teenage years, or, I don't know, well, even teenage years is a bit of, like, a leap. And if we're from, like, 8 to the age of 12, then it's like, it's that 50-50 of, like, yeah, now they've got a past, they've got memories, they've got a history, they've lived life, and so they know things about life. It's not entirely just up to you and whatnot, but they're still young, and they still need you. You know, they still are having problems with friends, because communication can be hard at that age. I was certainly having problems with friends at that age. You know, when I was, like, in my ages from 8 to 12, because it's like, you've only lived life for so long. Most of that life was being lived as a baby, just trying to learn a language, not really learning any social skills. And so, yeah, and, you know, you're still in your early education, so it's up to you to give them a good education and all of that, and a good life. And with the teenager, it's like, wow, they really have lived a whole life. They're their own person at this point. You know, speaking like 13 to age 18 at that point. You know, if they're a legal adult, you're not even adopting them anymore. They're just living in your house under the name of child. Yep, that's right. You're not allowed to call someone your child once they're past the age of 18. They're just a burden. What does that make me? To my parents? Don't ask. I'm just also a burden, I suppose. But yeah, at that point, you're really just trying to be there for them, I suppose. They're their own person, so it's sort of, you're not there anymore to, like, make sure they don't mess up in life per se. You're there to make sure they're happy. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. You're there to give them happiness in life, just like if you made a friend and you really cared about their friend. And it's like, yeah, you're there to give your friend happiness in life, but you're not there to, like, make your friend, you know, impart your morals on your friend, or like make sure they've got a good life and teach them about how to, whatchamacallit. Like, you're just there to make them happy at that point. And yeah, that's at least my opinions. Above the age of 3 and 4 feels like it could be pretty difficult. Yeah, definitely. But I feel like it can still, like, you can still have a very loving. It might be difficult, but I wouldn't say it's like so difficult to where it's like give up or anything. And plus, it's like, I don't like the idea that someone should be given up on having like a life with a family if they need adoption past the age of 3 or 4. I feel like, you know, I feel like it's still nice to give those people a good life and good chances and all of that. Especially because there's a reason why they're not with their own families anymore. Yeah, exactly. Like, if they're still an infant, there's a lot of reasons why it could be. You know, it could have been an accident and the person just feels like, you know, the family or the single person just feels like they could not be responsible to have the child, but maybe it's a situation where they found out too late and they weren't legally allowed to have an abortion, or even they didn't want to do that, like they didn't want to do that. You know, they didn't want to have an abortion, so it's like, yeah, I understand that. But then considering most people who adopt want to adopt someone who's that young, I feel like if you're at the age of, you know, if you're over the age of like 5, then yeah, right, it's that thing of like either you got really unlucky and you didn't get adopted at that young age, or you did have a family and then for whatever reason you had to leave your family. And so yeah, that can definitely be very, very tough. That's a different kind of problem, I guess. But I also never really had any problems support them to go their way. Yeah, exactly. Always, like, when, no matter who it is, no matter like what, you know, how you got your child or anything, just love them. That's the best advice that could ever be given to any parent. Just love your child, just support your child. That's all you need to do. But no, I feel like definitely if I were to adopt, I would probably, I would probably want to get more than like one, like I would want to get siblings, right? Because I feel like that way there's someone else in their life who has, like, you can sort of empathize with them and they can kind of be there for each other and whatnot in the times when they feel like I'm not the right person to be there for them. I don't know, I feel like that's how I would do it. And then like one a little bit older than the other, as opposed to two the same age and they're just always fighting over the same things. I feel like that's sort of the story I hear about twins, right? When you're different ages, it's a lot easier to, you know, not fight, because at one age, you know, the older child is more into this sort of stuff and then the younger child is more into that sort of stuff, and so they're fighting a bit less than twins. And then, you know, it's not like they're in the same year level at the same school and then they're fighting over friends or anything like that. I don't know, I always find it so sweet though whenever people like are twins and whatnot and they're in the same year level and they're just bestest of friends anyways. Like they're in the same friend group and instead of fighting they're just like cool people to each other. I always find that cool. But yeah, I feel like that's definitely a future thing. Thinking about whether I will ever even have children, or if I do, what kind of, you know, what kind of children they would be, whether it's biological or adopted. And also, it's not just up to me. If it does come to the point where I'm having children, right? Probably means I have a partner, which probably means, you know, in which case, like, it's also, you know, something for both of us to talk about, not just my opinion right now. But as it is right now, I don't have a partner, and so it's just my opinion. As an only child, I feel like having at least a sibling is still a good thing. Yeah, I definitely, even with like biological children, I'd still feel like, yeah, I'd still feel like I'd want to have siblings. But I feel like I would feel a bit more, what's the word? Like, I feel like I would feel a bit more committed to having your siblings in the adopted case than in the biological case. Like, I feel like there's a world out there where I'm like, I can only financially and like, you know, with the time I have in my hands, support one child and one child only. But like, I really want to have the child or something, and so it's like, I can still see myself having one child, but I think optimally, I'd want to have at least 2. Yeah, the first big hurdle, getting the partner. One day maybe, one day. I don't know, I've thought about it a lot as well, about like the idea of ever having a partner or anything, and I don't know, when I'm at a point right now where I'm like, I don't mind if I do end up like, you know, getting a partner one day, or I also don't mind if I end up being single my whole life. Like, I've noticed, or the way I sort of think about it is, it's not like one life is better than the other. It's sort of like the 2 lives would be uncomparable, and it would almost be like I'm just living a different life. Like, one of the biggest tragedies in life for me is the fact that I only get to live one life with only however many years I get to live this life, which means I can't do everything. You know, I can't, in this one life, I can't become a professional artist and, you know, and then do that for my life and then feel really satisfied and then, you know, be reborn, and then my next life become a professional musician, and then my next life, you know, live a life fulfilled with like beautiful family and have 20 kids. You get me? I only get the one life, and so it's like, yeah, it's sort of, you know, I mean, maybe that changes if you start living your own, like the desire to have a partner, maybe. Yeah, to be fair, I've got a lot of company right now as it is. And also, I'm at the age right now where a lot of my friends aren't sort of, like, you know, I've said it before, I'm in university right now. And so a lot of my friends aren't really, yeah, definitely some of my friends have partners. But I would still say over 50% don't have partners. And so it's still a thing of like, we can still have our friend hangouts and all of that. But I've heard stories from like people who are in their 30s, and it's like, yeah, all of my friends have, you know, wives at this point, right? They've not just got partners, they're all married. And then they're like, you know, I'm like, oh, hey, you want to hang out? And they're like, sorry, I've got a date that day. And it's like, oh, all my friends just love their partners more than they love me. And then I had this one story which I thought was kind of funny. He got invited out. It was a comedian, right? So obviously his story might be a little bit exaggerated. He got invited out on like a car trip. His friend was like, nah, you sit in the back. Shotguns for the lady. And he was like so pissed. And then like a few years later, they ended up like breaking up or getting divorced. I can't remember if they were like just dating or married in the story. And then he got to sit shotgun, which for anyone that doesn't know what shotgun is, passenger seat, in the next car ride with his friend. I think at one point he even faked having a partner just to be like, oh, so I can't hang out with you today, I've got a date. I feel that way, but now I'm like, man, it would be nice to have someone to come back to. Yeah, I can totally see myself getting lonely if I were to live alone. And also, I feel like there's a big difference, because I just had the thought, I was like, it's fine, I'll just get roommates. But then I was like, really, I feel like there's a big difference between roommates and a partner. One you're like actually committed to, the other one you're just in the same house. Very, very different things. Unless you end up dating your roommate. They're like 1 in a million chance that ever happens. I have this one friend that always tries to invite me to go somewhere with him, his girlfriend, and 2 other couples, and I'm like, why? Just trying to rub salt on the wound. really rub it in. Really rub it in. Yeah. But no, as I was saying about like the 2 different lives, for me it's like there's so many things I want to do in life, and I feel like having a partner is a big commitment. And then on top of that, having a child is almost bigger of a commitment than like the partner was in the first place. And so now you've got the big commitment of having the partner, and then the even bigger commitment of having the child. Like at that point, right? You go to work, you come home, and then you pick up your child from school, hang out with them, put them to bed, have your like 1 hour of alone time with your partner, and then you go to bed, and then you wake up for work the next day, and then on the weekends you're hanging out with your child and partner still. And so it's like, yeah, I sort of, and then you have a cat and it's even bigger commitment. I know, right? I could never imagine myself having another catfish, half cat around. But this time it's like, hold on. Where's the image of like the you guys? Let me pull up the image of you guys real quick. I just have one of you guys as my pet. Where is it? Where's the folder that has all of my streaming stuff? Give me a second. I'm cooking. I always do this. I'm like, I'm cooking, and then I take 5 minutes to do it. Here we go. Whoa, why is it so massive? Let me shrink it. Why is it so big? Here we go. This is my pet. My pet catfish with a little shrimp on it for me to eat at any time. Maybe that's how I avoid loneliness if I'm single forever. I just get myself a catfish pet. It really also depends on how and where you work. Yeah, definitely. There's some jobs that allow you to, I mean, I've spoken about before, like the idea of a dream job and working more hours with the sacrifice of like having less free time and whatnot, and how some people would just prefer to have a job that they don't really like but have a really high pay so they don't really have to work as many hours and then just focus on finding happiness outside of work. And I'm like, yeah. Yeah. If I end up finding a job as like, you know, or like if streaming ended up becoming a job, or finding a job as like an artist or whatnot, it would be very what would I say? It would be very, you know, time commitment as opposed to like a job with a lot less time. And then it's like, yeah. Evolving into the old lady cat. Yeah. You know, like the idea of like, what's it called? A cat lady or something, you know, like the old lady who lives alone and has like 10 pet cats. I'm that, but with 10 pet catfish. Yeah. But yeah, for me it's like, I don't know, I always have wanted to focus on becoming really good at my skills and all of that, and working a lot on those skills. But then also, you know, there's also the idea of what if I, you know, of like having a partner would just be so happy and so fulfilling and all of that. Like, I don't think I could ever have a moment where I'm, you know, whatchamacallit. I don't think I would ever have a moment where I would be hanging out with my partner on a date and I'm like, I would rather be drawing right now. So like, I don't think I could ever regret having a partner, whereas I definitely feel like there is, you know, I don't think I would regret it. I think I would definitely look back on like where I am right now, you know, 20 years in the future, and if I'm single, and be like, no, I'm definitely like, I'm definitely somewhat okay with being, you know, being single, focusing on myself as opposed to like focusing my life on other people. But I feel like there definitely could be a hint of regret in a life focusing on creative path without a partner than with a partner but less creative path. So, you know, there's that. One's a lot more risky than the other. I guess being a streamer would work quite well with kids, since you should be very flexible with your working times. Yeah, and if an emergency ever happened, I'm like 2 minutes away from my kid's bedroom. But also, I don't know, are there many streamers out there that like openly acknowledge that they have kids? I feel like it's a bit rare, just because it might be hard finding the community that supports you when you've got a kid. Because I've heard the horror stories of like, you know, a female streamer is like, I've got a boyfriend, and then it's like, oh, we'll never watch you again. But I think it definitely can be doable. And also, I don't think I'd be satisfied in a life where I did get a partner and then I still just act as if I'm single and act as if, you know, I don't have children and I don't even love my children because I don't have the children. I think I could be happy with that. And so why would I even want the streaming job if I'm not even happy? There are some. Yeah. There definitely, I'm sure there are some streamers. But I don't know, streaming is already so hard to get to work out like full time. Like I don't think it would ever work out full time for me. Oh, I remember that Japanese one. What's her name? It's a single mother. I remember the Japanese one, and the Canadian one I don't know of. Who knows? Who knows what the future holds? That's the biggest problem. Who knows what the future holds? But I definitely don't see streaming. I don't know. With how my channel's going right now, I'm like, I don't think this could ever, like, you know, I could ever become popular enough to make this like a full-time thing, right? Which, I've mentioned this before, it's always just been a hobby sort of thing. So it's sort of been the thing where it's like, well, if I'm gonna play games anyways, why not? Why not do it while speaking? And also, I also like love chatting with people, and I love talking to people, and it's just, it makes me so happy. I was, you know, recently I've been having a bit of an existential crisis. And let me get to that in 1 second. I'm gonna put you on hold real quick while I read chat. Oscar Ray, yeah, that's her name. And Nimi probably. Yeah, I've heard Nimi talking about wanting children. Does she? I don't think she has a child yet, does she? I don't know too much about Nimi. But I remember her being like, I do want a child one day. Like, really want a child. Not just, I kind of want a child. It's, I really want a child. But, I don't know, does she have a partner? Does she doesn't have one yet? Yeah. Or, like, is she planning to maybe have a single child? Has she, like, talked about any of the logistics behind her child? Like, whether she would want it biological with, you know, if it were to be single, I guess it would have to be a donor, you know, a sperm donor. Or whether she would want it, like, adopted or anything. She said that she's getting married soon. Oh, so she does have a partner. That's so sick. Heck yeah for her. I mean, I hope she has a partner. I hope she's not just getting married to someone random. I'm assuming she has a partner. Oh, then I think it would definitely become like a fruition. Like, I mean, she definitely would have talked about it before getting married. I think she said she wants 3 children. You see, that's what they always say. And then they have 2 children, and then the third one ends up being twins, and then they accidentally have one too many child. But no, I think it would be so sick. Oh. Especially since she has managed to, you know, I believe, make streaming her full-time job. Once again, I don't actually know much about her if she has a job outside of streaming, but oh, that's so sick. I'm so happy for her. Oh gosh. I'm not remembering exactly. Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to remember the fine details, but I remember her mentioning at least that she wants children. At least one child, and that's something in and of itself. It doesn't, I feel like there's a bigger gap between wanting 0 children and wanting 1 child as it is between wanting like 1 child and 3 children. But yeah, I'm judging. I've been having a bit of an existential crisis recently. A little bit of an existential crisis. And let me take a sip of water first. I feel like she's really helping to change the VTubing community regarding that topic. Yeah, I feel like indie VTubers are always pushing the community forwards, right? Because it's, when you're part of an agency, I guess you're super scared and there's rules and all that. Like, sometimes even if you had a partner, you might have had to sign an NDA. If you did have a partner, you know, you're a bit scared of your agency if you were to tell anyone. And so it's always like the indie people who are always like pushing things forward, you know? Talking about tougher topics, you know? It's the indie people who are talking, who started conversations about less family-friendly topics, cough cough. Or who have started conversations around like, you know, things regarding like gender and sexuality. Now I feel like that's a big thing within the community, whereas before I feel like it was really taboo to sort of talk about that at all. And yeah. Sort of just, wow. What an amazing world we live in. I don't know, I feel like there's definitely going to be some people who are like, wow, we live in a horrible world, how could you say that? But I definitely feel like I've always been an optimistic person. I've said this before, but yeah, I'm always so happy when things like this happen. Family-friendly VTubers must be a glitch in the matrix. I mean, I see it. I don't know, the weird thing is, because when I was thinking about starting my channel, once again, I thought about, do I want to make this channel fully family friendly without any swearing or anything so that kids can watch? But then I was like, as someone who is not a kid myself, it is, I don't know, it feels like it would be a little bit unfulfilling to try to make content towards children and all of that. And so I definitely like massive props to anyone who can create content like more altered towards children, because it is just so hard being an adult and having to be like, no, I'm not gonna be fully myself because, you know, I can't. I have to make sure to appeal to children as well. And also just the whole thing of like, you're appealing to an age demographic that isn't your own. So you have to understand that age demographic, and yeah, it's all just very, 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 very difficult. So massive props to anyone. Oh, all of like the early days, you know, what were the names? Stumpy Longlegs, Preston Plays. all of that massive props. Oh, but I guess the only like, you know, you do still have like a more mature audience at times as well. It's not just like children who watch content that is like, you know, curated towards children, because, you know, especially kids will probably watch anyways and not die from it. Like any adult content. Yeah. I mean, as I said, there are a lot of kids who watch, you know, content more altered towards adults. You know, content with a lot of swearing or like a lot of like, you know, innuendos and whatnot, or like violence or any of that whatnot. I'm not talking about children. Once again, I'm not talking about someone who's like 17. I'm talking about someone who's like 12, 13, and yeah, they're fine. They don't die from it. But I don't know. I've always said it myself. You know, people like, even with my streaming, they're like, I'm sure there are gonna be people who are like that age who eventually find their way onto my channel and start watching. And there's nothing I can do about it. If you believe it's appropriate for yourself, you know, sure. But don't tell me. I always find it weird when I look in like comment sections of a video and I see, I'm 12 and I really like this video, and it's like, okay, don't tell me that. In fact, just mentioning your age randomly is always kind of weird, isn't it? Like, I feel like I would be less weirded out, but still kind of weirded out if someone was like, I'm 43, and I love your content. Like, alright, thanks for the info. If I look back what we watched and played, what theoretically isn't for them. No, I think, hold on, let's try to dissect that sentence. If I look back at what we watched and at what we played, if I look back at what we watched and what we played, oh, like you mean on this channel? If I look back at what we've watched and played on this channel, then this channel isn't for kids. Yeah, no, I've always said this channel isn't for, you know. But once again, I can't, like, I mean, until, which I definitely don't agree with this, right? The whole, because there's been things happening lately about some governments and some places on the internet requiring you to hand in ID or whatnot to, you know, confirm identity over the age of 18. I'm like, I don't agree with that. Even, like, I mean, even in places where I agree, where, like, kids should not be, it's just giving your identity for that. That's a massive breach of privacy in my opinion. And so I'm like, with that being said, there's nothing we can do to stop it. So it's like, all I can do is advise people. That's all I can do, which is, you know, reality. Once again, if you are watching, just don't freaking tell me. Don't be like, oh, hey, by the way, I'm 12. Don't say that. If I look back at what I watched and what I played back then, I theoretically wasn't old enough. Oh, so you're talking about like what you watched and played. Yep, same here. Although definitely not at the ages of 12 and 13. At the age of 12 and 13, I was still watching like Minecraft YouTube. I've said this before, I used to watch Sunday at some point, and I would always feel like super, like, that was scandalous, right? That was scandalous watching Sunday, because he would say the word crap. And I was like, oh, I can't let anyone know I'm watching Sunday, because they're saying the word crap. That's a bad word. And, let me just say this was, I'm pretty sure, actually I can't remember exactly the age I was, about the age of 12 and 13. Not by like a long shot, but by a little bit. So, you know. Maybe like 14, yeah. I would say like 13, 14 is a bit closer to, if I can remember, when I was like, oh no, Sunday says the word crap. Oh, I cannot let anyone know about this. This is illegal. I remember sometimes my parents just, like, they'd be watching the movie, and it's like, they'd pause the movie whenever I came out, but I would never, like, stick around and watch, you know? But one thing I was always pretty fine with was gore. I mean, gory stuff is, like, more, oh, children shouldn't watch this because they're gonna be freaked out, as opposed to children shouldn't watch this because it's gonna be, like, a bad influence to them. I understand, like, there's, you know, conversations about, like, gore that has guns. I'm talking about, like, gore where it's like, oh, a monster, you know? And, yeah, for me, it was sort of just like, whatever. I mean, I didn't watch it, but I was exposed to it a little bit. But definitely nothing, like, you know, nothing sexual or anything like that. I don't know. Even in my older years, I still avoid that stuff. I'm still a kid on the inside, at my heart. I think I got my first PC when I was about 15. Yeah. When did I get my first one? I don't know, for me, it wasn't a PC. I think I got an iPad before a PC, because I forget how it happened. Anyways, it happened, I got an iPad, but I was still using, like, the family PC to, like, play games and whatnot. And I think I got my first one at age 16 or 17 when I first, you know, when I first got a job and I was like, oh, I finally have financial money, and I bought a PC. That was one of my first purchases I made with the job. And then I bought an electric bass guitar and didn't play it too much. Whoops. My bad. Oops. I just knocked my mic over. Hope you guys didn't hear that. ASMR stream when? ASMR stream when? And then I think you need like the microphone for that. And also, I don't really know if my voice works with ASMR. I feel like my voice is very like loud and bombastic. Apparently, I found out the word bombastic I found out the other day the word bombastic meant something that sounds high and mighty but isn't actually. I just thought it was something that sounds high and mighty, and that's it. Not the fact that it doesn't, you know, it isn't actually. I mean, I watched When They Cry back then, which was definitely not for my age. Oh my god! Wait, actually, wait. Let me double check. I've got my own history with When They Cry. Yes, it is this one. Okay. Let me speak about my history with When They Cry. I didn't know what kind of show it was when I first watched it. I think I first watched it because it was like back on Netflix, right? And my family had like a Netflix subscription. I think it was when I was like maybe 15. And then once again, I didn't know what it was about when I like first started watching it. And then, oh gosh, when all of like the gore stuff happened. At first I was fine. I forget the exact plot line. Like I forget which deaths happen in which order. But is it not at first he just gets like, oh no, at first he gets like tormented with the games, right? Like he gets needles in his food, and then at some point he just gets like murdered regularly. And I was like, okay, this is tolerable. It was when all like the torturing started happening that I was like, no, I cannot watch this. But then I actually came back to it and I rewatched it, and like, oh, I forget when when I was maybe 17, 18, something like that. No, I don't think I was 18. I think it was about when I was 17. Yeah, the fingernails. Oh, the finger. That still haunts me to this day. Because the idea of like someone losing their fingernails is bad enough. The idea that they have to do it to themselves, that was horrible. And then when only half came, oh, it's horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible. Don't watch When They Cry when you're like 15. Oh my gosh, it is horrible. Shivers down my spine. Anyways, I did finish it, you know, a few years later, but oh my gosh. I genuinely have chills right now, just remembering the show. Oh. And especially when... I should stop talking about this. People are gonna be freaked out, whoever's watching. Although I think it's just you right now, Kiryu. One thing that also got me was I think torture is like really, really grotesque to me, right? Because as I said, the fingernails, no. And also when they're at the festival, the cotton drifting festival, and then they walk inside of the building, like the shrine building or whatnot, and they talk about like how they use the different tools and like how the people were still alive when they used it. I was like, oh god, no, please save me. That part was also really bad. Oh. And then you hear about like the things they used to do in real life, like back in, you know, the medieval times, and I'm like, wow, does not compare. But I suppose the difference is in the show you actually have to watch it happen. Whereas in the other one it's like, when you just hear about it as like a factual historical thing, you don't actually have to watch it happen, and so it's way less gruesome. when you actually have to watch it. Oh, and I remember after doing my rewatch, or like when I was gonna do the rewatch, I noticed that there were different seasons or something like that. I forget when it happened. I remember searching up the show at some point, and there's like, I watched, though, I think we watched the same one, Kiryu. I think we watched the same one, but I think there's like a rerun, isn't there? Yeah, there's When They Cry, which is the one we would have watched, and then there's When They Cry, Kai. And then When They Cry, Nekogoroshi chapter. And then When They Cry, Ray. There's so many different When They Cries. Oh my gosh, what? There's so many. Gosh. How big is this franchise? My gosh. Live action music. Oh my gosh. There were 4 seasons now. It's massive. Hold on. It looked like there were 4. How many seasons of When They Cry? I think, because the plotline is pretty, whatchamacallit, it's pretty like, as you said yourself, it's pretty like here and there. Did you watch the other seasons? Or if not, do you think it's like, because I thought from this screen, like the front cover of each season, it kind of looked like they were just reruns, but like with, more modern animation quality. You've watched everything? Okay, how does the story, does the story continue throughout the different plot lines? Does it sort of get deeper, or does it sort of stick with more of a, the day just restarts and he dies in a new way each day? Is there one day where the plot really develops, or, are there new characters introduced? More backstory? Well, what's up with the different seasons? I didn't watch season 2. Let me see. When They Cry. Here we go. In order. When They Cry. Here we go. Yeah, so I definitely watched the original one, right? Just When They Cry. That was the only season I watched. Oh, are there 2 seasons of that one? Number of episodes, 26. If there's 2 seasons, I'm pretty sure I would have watched all 26 episodes if there's 2 seasons of that one, just When They Cry. That's what it's called. No colon with anything else afterwards. Just When They Cry. But yeah, I would have watched all 26 episodes. Kai is no, I haven't watched Kai. And I haven't watched Ray. And I haven't watched Kira. And I haven't watched Outbreak. And I haven't watched Go. And I haven't watched Sato either. Although, which are these? 1 episode OVA, double length OVA. Yeah, okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like there's 5 seasons? Anyways, it's saying the main ones you have to watch are When They Cry Kai, and probably Ray as well. But then it's like, you don't have to watch Kira, apparently. I don't know. You have to watch Kai to understand what's going on in season 1. Well, yeah, season 1 was a little bit confusing. Okay, wait, let's, from memory, if anyone hasn't watched this so far, and you're a future viewer, I believe you're a future viewer right now, skip ahead. Skip ahead until I stop talking about it, because I'm going to try to go through the plotline from memory. Alright, so, I believe the first, it's 19 years old. Hey, there's still could be people who haven't watched it and want to watch it after hearing us talk about it. Don't watch it. Don't watch it. It's horrible. Oh god, it's like amazing show, but it's just horrible, like grotesque. If you like it, but if you're like me, very scary, very scary. Anyways, so at first, it's just he moves. He has to move for what reason? Does one of his parents die or something? I believe, does he live with his mum? I feel like he lives with his mum or something. I forget why he has to move. or was there like a scandal that his family got involved in, and then like he was forced to move? Anyways, he moves to an outback town, right? Very, very rural. And then he meets a group of girls at his school. And the school is like super tiny, right? It's a very rural school. And so there's one teacher that teaches all the year levels. And he meets a few girls his age. And I think one of them that's also like super young or something. And as I said, it's just a bunch of girls from like the same school. And yeah, what happens is they are really into games. And they're like, oh, we've got a gaming club or something. And so he joins, and they're like, well, that has to be a penalty game. And then the penalty game turns out to be like really, I think it's like you have to eat these rice balls or something. Is that how he figures out? Or have they been tormenting him before that? Anyways, he bites into it. There's a needle inside and is like freaked out. And so he like runs away or something, goes to a telephone booth. I actually can't remember when the telephone booth happens, but it's like, don't look behind you. She's behind me right now, isn't she? And then he looks behind him and he dies. Anyways, that's the first storyline, like the first life, is sort of just to, you know, just to kind of tell you that these girls are a little bit insane. Oh, is this? I think in the first one is when they find out about the haunted town as well, like the dam that got, I don't know, and the company that was corrupt in the dam, and how now there's a junkyard and all of that. I forget how he gets killed the first time. I think it might have been by one of the girls or something. Anyways, and then it goes on to his second life. And each life, it's like he remembers his previous life, but he becomes a little bit better at surviving each life. And then, at first, it seemed to just be the brown-haired girl who was like sort of doing the evil stuff. And then I forget what it was. Like the purple-haired girl's like a shrine maiden or something. And then I think it's like way later in the first season where he finds out about the shrine. So I don't think the shrine maiden matters. She died. That's what happens. One of them dies and he finds crows eating the deceased body. That's what happens. At some point, one of them dies. That isn't him. Someone dies before he dies. I think it might be actually, since it's like sort of repeating, they die every storyline or something. It's just, he never finds it out. Like, she just disappears the first time and it's like, that's strange. I wonder what happened. And then in another plot line, in another life, it's like, oh, this is what happens. Oh god, that's horrible. Anyways, and then towards the end of the season, you find out that green-haired girl actually has a twin sister, because one of them was acting weird, didn't have the memories of the other one. It's like, oh, I see. There are always at least 4 people that die before him. Really? I did not know. And then apparently the twin sister, like one of the 2 green-haired sisters, is really kind and actually wants to help him out. And then the other sister is like working with the family, right? The family that I guess loves to torture people. I don't know why. But they're in collusion with the shrine maiden, which is the purple-haired girl. But I don't think she actually knows about the whole torture thing. I think she's just a good shrine maiden, and it's her family that's a bit corrupt. And oh my gosh, it's bunch of people die on the last life, I believe. And then what happens? The good twin sister gets found out by the family, is forced into ripping off her fingernails, which is the part where that really got me, to atone for her sins, and then she apologizes, and then I think she gets locked up. I think she tries to help out the guy again and then gets locked up. Or something like that. And then somebody kills their grandmother. I think it's a good sister again that kills the grandmother. Chucks her down a well that they chuck all of the deceased bodies in. It's gruesome. I don't know if YouTube is going to demonetize me for this. Please don't. Please don't, YouTube. Pretty please. And then at some point the guy gets captured by one of the twin sisters. I'm pretty sure it would be the evil twin sister, right? And then she's like, oh, I love you or something. But then goes on to like, you know, nail his hands to a board or something. And I believe he dies as well. I don't think he survives anything. I don't think there's a single plotline where he actually escapes the curse and survives. And so that's what I know of season 1. I know, it was pretty confusing, but it's like, I liked that I got to headcanon a bit. Like, what are the sisters doing? What's this whole family? But definitely very, very scary. Maybe I will have to watch the second season if I ever get the guts to do it. If I ever have the guts to do it. But yep, that's you can come back now, future people. You can come back now. But no, I did like it. It was just a bit scary. Way better than Rent a Girlfriend. Sorry, I'm still watching it in hopes that... Look, it's not bad. Rent a Girlfriend's not bad. It's just... I find it a bit off-putting when guys tend to be super self-deprecating like he is. Like, every time something goes wrong, it's not, I apologize, but it's like, oh, I understand if you would never want to see me again. I'm such a human piece of trash and all that. And it's like, I don't know. I just like it when they're like a bit more confidence in themselves. Obviously, someone who's very like, I understand why people do it because, whatchamacallit? Like, I feel like in a lot of people's minds, and I've definitely like had quite a few friends that are also quite self-deprecating. In a lot of people's minds, it's like, someone's gonna hate me more if I'm egotistical and like narcissistic as opposed to just being self-deprecating. I get that, but also, I don't know, there's a point where it's too much, you know? There's a point where it sounds like, I think that's what it is. There's a point where it sounds like you're just asking for pity as opposed to like actually apologizing. Like, you're trying not to be narcissistic, but at some point it kind of feels like you are, because from the other person you do it so much, and every time you do it they like comfort you, and then it's like at some point you start to question, are they just doing this to get my comfort? Second season start piecing the pieces together. Wow, god, so many, that could be a tongue twister. Season 2 starts pieces the pieces together. Starts piecing the pieces together. Every moment you will have an moment. I see. Every episode you have an moment. Sorry, my bad. I read that a bit wrong. You want to punch the guy from Rent a Girlfriend? Exactly. And like, the girls are fine. I don't know. I'm up to whatever episode when... What episode? I know, there's now 3 girls at the moment. Mami-chan is a little bit... It's a bit scary. Mami-chan scares me. If she told me to do something, I would do it out of fear of getting murdered. And I don't know. The thing is, with what's her name? Chizuka? Ichinoza-san? I didn't even remember her bio real name. Ichinoza. The thing about her is, I'm a little bit like, why do you deal with this guy? Why do you deal with this guy? She just seems a little bit too idealized in the show, you know? And I know, there's like a whole debate about like how women find anime a little bit like off-putting sometimes because the women are just written to be these perfect saints that just love the guys no matter what. But most of the time it's like, fine. In fact, most of the time, I quite like the female characters. This one, I think just takes a bit too far. I feel like she just, like, when he stalks her, I've gone past the Christmas episode, at some point he stalks her, and she's just like, wow, that's a little bit weird, but whatever. And I'm like, what? If someone stalked me, especially if like, right, it's like, he's just a client. It's not even like, he hasn't even been like, oh, I like you or anything. It's just a client. And yeah, he stalks her. He's not even a friend. And it's like, oh, I just thought, you know, that guy was bad. It's like, I would never talk to that person again. And I can sort of understand, like, the third person who I'm up to is the one with the little, like, bunny bow tie in her hair and the short black hair and whatnot. I can kind of understand her situation because it's like, right, she's got the heart condition and he's is the first ever like thing in her life to ever raise it above 90 or whatnot. I get that. But it's still a little bit like, I feel bad for her at that point. I mean, he's clearly rejected her, and to keep pushing yourself onto someone like that after so much rejection is, once again, just a little bit off-putting. I even feel like, I feel half bad for her, but I also feel half bad for the guy. I mean, it must be super weird having rejected someone and still having them push themselves onto you that much. I always imagine Mummy-chan standing behind a corner with a knife in her hand. Exactly. I mean, I like that the show wrote a girl that's like sort of imperfect a bit. Right? She acts all super nice and whatnot, and then behind everyone's back she's just like shit talking them. I do like that, but Mummy-chan scares me. And then there are the shoujo shows, which are the exact opposite. I've got a confession, I've not really been that big into shoujo. Maybe it's just because the guys are so off-putting when they're like so handsome and whatnot. Wait, is shoujo is the one that's like for women most of the time, right? Like, it's their trope is like it's for women. Obviously, I think they don't have exact definitions as for guys or for women, but yeah. And then you've got things like Fruit Basket and whatnot. I haven't watched many shoujos and whatnot. One that I did watch and I really liked. Romantic Killer. Love that show. Oh my gosh, absolutely love it. If you haven't watched it, watch it right now. Oh my gosh, the girl is just, I love how she puts up so much of a fight. She's not just perfect, right? She's not either perfect or just relatable. Like, just written to be a blank slate, so any like woman watching the show can just be like, yeah, she's me. She is both imperfect and also is her own personality. And I love that. Because I usually don't watch shows thinking, oh, I want to immerse myself in this show. But it's the first time I watch shows being like, I want to be entertained by this show. And a good character writing is good entertainment. As opposed to just trying to immerse me when I like don't want to be immersed. And then the guys are like also fine. Like, yeah, the guys all like her, whatnot. But it's like, they're good people and they don't act weird and all of that. And I'm like, yeah, yes. I love it. I love Romantic Killer. And I also love the little wizard guy. Such a goofball. Although a little bit annoying at times. He can get on my nerves a little bit. And stories I've heard, Uruka is the most realistic. Really? Are these stories you've heard from guys or stories you've heard from girls? I don't know. I can't really imagine the idea of like a girl just like really? Maybe it's just me and the people I hang around. I cannot imagine being that infatuated with someone that you like do that much for them. Like, I understand wanting to do a lot for someone you like, right? But once they've rejected you and they're like purposely avoiding you and it's just hurting you, right? Like, I feel like being avoided so much would just hurt a lot. I could not see someone like continuing to pursue it at that level. Mostly the dating sim shows where all the princes and men surrounding the character. Yes, oh my god, dating sim, the ones based off dating sims. Oh my gosh, they are always just so like cliche, so tropey. Oh. Nah, I think the people in my school were just very weird. Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like if any of my friends did that, I'd give them a slap and like a friend slap and a friend talking to me being like, you gotta get your reality straight, buddy. I feel like the most realistic out of the three so far. I feel like Mummy-chan is quite realistic, but also quite rare, like to have someone that acts that kind. Because it's not just getting anything out of it, acting that kind, and then going behind people's back and like shit talking them. So I feel like most of the time it would be like someone would actually have to have a reason apart from just being sadistic. You get me? And the other one would be, I don't know, I can kind of understand. Once again, I can't actually remember her girlfriend's name. Ichinoza-san, the one with the brown hair. I really like if she actually likes a guy, because it is like brought up at some point where it's like, you know, Uruka goes up to her and it's like, you like him, don't you? And she doesn't give like a definitive answer or whatnot. And so it's like, she could, she might not. But it's like, I feel like if she does like him, actually all of her responses are very reasonable. Like, she might be the most realistic. Or I guess the guy might be. No, oh my god, Kibe-san. You know how I was talking about last time where I was like, wow, Kibe-san is such a well-written character and whatnot? After the whole beach episode where it's like, he stands up for, what's his name? Orange-haired dude. Oh my god, I actually love him. He is so great. To like, go up to, like, if you think your guy, like your friend is being stupid, making a rash decision. Kazuya, yeah, I think that's his name, orange hair dude. If you think that your buddy is like making a rash decision, breaking up with his girl, and then, oh my god, he goes up to this girl and it's like, hey, I understand if there's other reasons you want to break up with him, and that's totally valid, but if you want to break up with him purely for the sense that sometimes he can be a bit weird, hold out. Like, my advice, and I can't force you to do anything, hold out. And then to buy them a freaking ship ticket while he's still jealous, right? Because, mind you, he's still jealous of the relationship. And yet he's putting his bro-ship, his relationship with his bro, over his jealousy. And I'm like, wow, that is admirable. That is so admirable. Genuinely my favorite character in the entire show. And also, one thing that also like made me quite really not like Ruka-chan is when she told, like when she was like, thank you for renting me out the other day to the, you know, the guy who rented her out in front of Kazuya. That was, I'm like, you have responsibilities. And even if it's not in your contract, you have responsibilities and expectations as a rental girlfriend. Even if you've quit your job, I don't care. Your clients trust you when they hire you. And then you completely broke that trust. And, you know, when I'm told his friend, his best friend at that he was lying about having a girlfriend? What? I think that was like really off-putting for me, you know? Like for Kazuya, because Kazuya was like, oh, when Mami-chan said all those like mean things about Ichinoza-san, that was off-putting. And I was like, yeah, that was off-putting. But then to freaking do that, you can kind of be like, okay, maybe Mami-chan was like having a moment, you know, like in the fury, and obviously that won't like excuse anything, but it's like, it helps dampen the bad feelings towards it a little bit. And also, she didn't say horrible things about him. She just called him out a little bit. She was like, oh, hey, he just has a high libido and whatnot, right? She wasn't like, I hate this man and his deepest, darkest secret is. And, I don't know, Ruka-chan just... I'm still like, if anyone's gonna get with him, it better be Ichinose. The other two, I'm like, I would not want to even be friends with these people, let alone their partners. Oh, yeah. But no, Rent-A-Girlfriend, I think I'm sticking around because I think it's like interesting storyline, right? If you look past the characters, I'm like, wow, it is like quite interesting storyline and all of that. It has a good way at like, it has really good pacing. I'll say that, it's got really good pacing. Sometimes I find shows do slow burn way too slow. Right, it's like they kind of ship two characters and then never even get close to getting those characters together. Whereas with like the characters that are shipped with Kazuya, it's like there is actual progress being made, but it's not too fast either. I find sometimes in like a romance show, the characters can get together and then the show doesn't really have anything to talk about after the characters get together, and it's like, huh. And obviously I was seeing shows that did that really well, right? Like Over the Moon, or was it Fly Me Over the Moon? Whatever that show was. I watched like the first season. Yeah, Fly Me Over the Moon. Tonikawa. That one, it's like, yeah, that one is made. Oh, is it actually called Over the Moon for you? Wait. Is it called Fly Me to the Moon or Over the Moon for you? It's called Fly Me to the Moon. There we go. I'm talking about Fly Me to the Moon, not if there is a show called Over the Moon for you. I'm talking about Fly Me to the Moon. And that one, it's like, yeah, it does get the characters together like super quickly, right? Like in the first couple episodes. It's not, I'm not making spoilers. The show literally advertises itself that way. But it's written as a slice of life, and so it works. Like it knows what its plotline is. It knows what its audience is, and it writes towards it. And that works, right? Whereas, yeah, two characters like, think about, oh, what's that one show? Horimiya, right? Horimiya. Think about that show. If it did that whole like second season or whatnot, or like it did the whole like, you know, however long it goes for. And then the two like main characters get together or whatnot. And then they just don't do anything. Like the show is just about those two characters. And instead, once characters get together, the author very smartly goes on to other characters and starts shipping them while still showing the relationship of like any characters that are currently together. That's good. I like that. I like that. Sometimes they should just normally. Wait, what? Sometimes they should just normally talk to each other. Yeah. And I also think a lot of the time, in like going back to Rent a Girlfriend, a lot of the time there's a lot of moments that just call for, alright, let's have it, like let's sit down, let's just have a serious conversation. And the guy's just like, he never does that. He always just runs away from serious conversations. Like I remember when Ruka-chan is like, whatchamacallit, hey, you can't be lying to your grandma about me and whatnot. Instead of having a serious conversation and being all like, you know, being all like, alright, let's talk about it. I don't want to be your girlfriend or whatnot. And I feel like it's wrong what you're doing, trying to break my grandma's illusion of like me and Ichino's-san being together and whatnot. I think that's wrong. He runs away. He's like, sorry, and then runs away. And I'm like, I think that he just needs a serious conversation with each of the girls. Or they need serious conversations with each other. I mean, Ichinoze-san is not too bad at that, but still, they just need to sit down with each other and just chat it out, man. Just chat it out. It's just an over-the-top show that's interesting to watch. Exactly. It's like, I like the storyline and whatnot, and whatever. I mean, I like just slice of life, so nothing happening isn't a problem for me. Okay, I like progression in a story. Even like in a slice of life, I like there being a little bit of like, you know, things, not necessarily progression, but things still build off of like previous chapters and whatnot. I like that. I feel like comic strips are the pinnacle of slice of life, like the newspaper comic strips, because I've heard they follow a rule where basically you're not, like, when you write something, you're only allowed to make reference to like whatever happened one comic strip in the past or one comic strip in the future. Like, you're only allowed to plan for one comic strip in the future. So you're not allowed to create like 10 days worth of like, you know, and then build a plot line of those 10 days of your comic strips. You're not allowed to do that because, you know, what if people don't buy the Monday newspaper and only buy the weekend newspapers? Then what? And so, like, that's a pinnacle, and that wouldn't really be too interesting to me. I do really like slice of life. Hello, is that TTS? There is, but you have to do donation just so people can't spam me. So it's in the description if you really want the TTS. If not, I just read out the messages myself anyways. I'm my own TTS. Oh, the group combo. Yeah, the dreaded group combo between them all. There is a difference between episodical shows and slice of life. It still needs to build on each other. Yeah. Most important first question is that TTS? Yeah. Over the past few things that have happened on my channel, with some people coming to my channel just to advertise themselves, I'm a little bit suspicious, but you know, if someone gives me $3 to advertise themselves and I just cut it out of the replay, that's their fault. That is fully and truly and entirely their fault. Like, you know, whatchamacallit, I had someone who came in yesterday. You know that person that was really good at GeoGuessr? They came in, gave me a follow, played the game with us, left, and then I noticed they unfollowed me, and I'm like, why? Like, I don't care if you unfollow me, but why the need to follow me in the first place? It's like he was trying to get on my good side, so I'll allow him to play GeoGuessr, and it's like, you could have played with us anyways. The code was in chat. Why did you need to unfollow? So why do you need to follow in the first place just to unfollow? That was kind of funny. But also, another funny thing is, the two people who came into my chat to get my Discord to advertise to me, like, you know, promote their work to me, are still following me. Free follow, I guess. I mean, I can't explain that to you. You know, if people are gonna try to use my niceness, my kindness, and then just give me something in return and not really get anything back from it, whatever. That's what I'm saying. If someone tries to abuse my TTS and give me money, shop. Give me money. I don't care. What's the worst you're gonna do? Yep, and as expected, YouTube has just told me that the one person who asked for TTS just left the stream. But anyways, I don't mind people advertising themselves to me, but I don't know, I did get really sad after the last stream because I felt like I was being used a little bit. I felt like my kindness was being used by both the person who came in just to advertise themselves to me and also the other person who, like, you know, came in just to play GeoGuessr and then unfollowed. Like, they were, once again, it sounds like they followed just to get on my good side. But then I realized I don't care. I don't care. I mean, whatever. I saw their work and I was like, what? How's it gonna affect me seeing their work? And then they left a follow. And, you know, I got to play GeoGuessr with a good GeoGuessr player. Heck if I care. Heck if I care if they unfollow. They gave me chat messages and that helps my analytics. Like, what do you want from me? That'll always happen. Yeah. I guess it's something I just have to get used to. I mean, the thing is, I was very prepared for like any mean comments if anyone ever like says something mean to me. But I don't know. I never expected so many people to come on just to like give a follow to get on my nice side, do something, and then leave. But I still don't know why you would do that. Once again, if they give me something in return, I don't care. And it's like I'm a big VTuber, like it's not like them trying to use me as like affecting my community or whatnot, so yeah, it was just good content, something we can always laugh at in the future. That someone was trying to use me. Man, I said the stream was going to be too long and it's already 3 hours. I won't stay for too long. I swear, I promise. Listen to me, I promise, it won't be too long. I had that thing I wanted to talk about today. So I'll talk about that soon. In a minute. I'm sure there are even more insane things to come. Oh, surely, definitely. I mean, I I don't know. Another thing I've had to think about is sponsors. Like, if ever the opportunity to do a sponsor comes up, do I ever want to take it? Because I hear a lot of people say that sponsors are like a good, like, it's basically the way they become, like, they earn any revenue from their online activities, whether it be YouTube or stream. And like, when I say a revenue, I mean like them going full-time, which I don't have to go full-time to continue streaming. But also, I'm sort of like, I don't know, first of all, I don't really want to sell out like that. Like, I don't want to seem like a seller. And second of all, it's very risky taking sponsors. Sponsors are very, like, I mean, unless you've got like a very, like, you're with an agency and they've got very good lawyers, it's always a big risk, right? First of all, some people go to YouTube channels and act as a sponsor to try to give you a phishing scam or like install a virus, right? So they're not actually the company. Sometimes it's like an actual company, or once again, someone impersonating a company, and they get you to do the sponsor, but they never pay you out. And then sometimes it is a company and you do the sponsor and then they do pay you, but like you look back on it in like 5 years time and you're like, wow, I really did not get paid enough for that. And then also, there's been so many times where people have taken sponsors and then it turns out the company was a very, very bad company and they get really bad for it. And I'm like, I don't want to risk, you know, taking a sponsor with a company that I thought was okay and then they turn out to be a horrible company. I don't want to risk that. It really depends on what kind of sponsor it is. Yeah. But I mean, like, unless you're big, then most of the sponsors you're gonna be getting are like the same ones that every other channel gets, right? Remember like the Arc, what's called Arc Shadow Knights or something like that? What was it? We all remember that game. That was like sponsored on every single channel to ever exist. Like reputable companies, sure, but everything else you can only lose. Yeah. But even like reputable companies are like a little bit, Raid Shadow Legend. God, I'm not sure they got many players even after all that sponsoring. Not many people really like their game. But even with a big company, you can never be sure. That's why I'm like, unless you have some very smart people like helping you out, picking out sponsors, then it's like, but then again, it's like, do you want to be sponsored? And my answer right now is like, probably not. I don't know, if a sponsor comes in and I'm like, this could be a really good like opportunity, either for me or like for like this channel, just in general, like, oh, sure, some people will dislike me because I'm like a bit of like, you know, a seller at that point. Not seller, but like, you know, some people perceive you as a seller. But then I do this really amazing and cool thing on my channel, and then it's like, oh no, a lot more people actually like me now than the ones that, you know, the few people that dislike me for doing the sponsor. A lot more people like me for doing that really cool thing on my channel, and so, you know. Anyways, is it time to talk about that thing I've wanted to talk about in the stream? I didn't come into the stream wanting to talk about it, but then I mentioned it and I was like, maybe I should talk about it. It's not something that actually affects you guys, but I don't know, maybe I've always been very philosophical and I always like it when other people like talk about deeper topics, and it always like, I feel like there's always something you can gain out of hearing someone else talk about a deeper topic, whether it be their own life experiences or whether it be a lesson they've learned in life, or just like, you know, as I said, like literally just a story from their life, and there's like no moral to the story, but it's like you can still learn something from it. Alright. Let me kind of structure this in my own head. Every time I do like a deeper topic, I like to sort of structure in my head because I'm very bad with going off topic. So first of all, I'm gonna give a little brief about the topic and talk about what you want to talk about for the last 3 hours. It was only like 2 hours. I think I only thought I wanted to talk about it about an hour into the stream. We need to do a flip chart. What even is a flip chart? I've literally never heard of this. Flip chart. Whoa, wait, what? Or is this just like Oh, I see what it is. Yeah, it's like Google. It's like a slideshow, but physical. I I've seen YouTubers use this before. Kind of a meme. Yeah, so I'll give a little brief rundown. And then, once again, this isn't, I guess it might slightly affect you guys depending on what I decide to do about it. But once again, I'm just saying this because I think it'll be an interesting topic. I'm not saying this as oh, hey guys, heads up. I'll give a brief rundown and then talk about some of my past experiences and how it's led to this. And then that's about it. I don't know, I haven't really thought about the future of this topic much. But recently I've been thinking a lot about this channel and streaming and whatnot, because that's what you find in pseudo-professional reading rooms. I feel like if they were actually professionals at this point, they would just be using a slideshow. I feel like flip charts are only used by people who want to look cool. Because there's people who has the time to actually write all of that out. Right? It's way quicker just copy and paste some stuff onto a, onto PowerPoint than it is to actually buy a flip chart and then write everything manually and all your graphs onto the flip chart. Or do copy and pasting, which if you're doing copy and pasting, cut and pasting, print it out, cut and paste. You could have just done it as a slideshow in the first place. You've already formatted it that far. You could have just done it as a slideshow. That's why no one uses them in the end. Yeah, that's why it's only people who want to look cool. Okay, I understand. I would use it as a joke, but I wouldn't use it in an actual meeting. But recently I've been thinking about streaming and all of that, because how do I put it? I mean, I've talked about streaming, why I've done, why I started streaming and my goals of streaming and all of that before. So I'll just quickly go over it, just as a reminder, which is, first of all, streaming, just fun. I just want to have a jolly old time. Second of all, it was a bit thinking about my future as well, right? Those were the two things, right? It was fun, and I never expected it to be a big thing, but also it was a bit of thinking about my future, right? It was a way for me to maybe get a little bit of money doing what I love, right? Definitely not as efficiently as you could ever get money doing a real 9 to 5, but as just a side thing, it's as something I really enjoy, yeah. And also, whatchamacallit, also one of the bigger ones is to sort of get people out there who know about me in case I ever do want to create. I've always been a very artistic person, and I know one of the biggest problems with art is advertisement, trying to figure out you create the most amazing game in the world and yet no one plays it because no one knows it exists. That's one of the biggest game dev problems. And so it's yeah, this can be a way to both have fun and also eventually if I do ever create something, I can sort of be oh, hey guys, look at this thing I made. Not anyone ever has to actually consider looking at it or anything like that, but at least I'm not from point zero. It's the idea of an artist starting a social media account. No artist wants to be locked in. No one else likes the idea of having to make a new artwork every other day so that the algorithm doesn't hate them. But it's we do it because we we like doing what we do, and it's good. But then I know I've sort of noticed I've been spending a lot of time on streaming. Every morning I wake up and then I stream for 4 hours so last weekend was insane. Last weekend, don't expect that to be the norm. Stream for 6-7 hours, gosh. I think one was 7.5 and the other one was 7 or something. Way too long. But yeah, and I was recently I've said before, I haven't really been able to draw too much because it's sort of wake up, stream, and then maybe go to university or do something like that, right? Go to university, do an assignment, do any sort of work I have to do, and so it's obviously yeah. It's been a lot of time, but it's not it's taken over my life per se. I'm still doing university, right? It's not I've decided to you know, save up 6 months of savings and then do this full time or anything. It is just like, it's something I'm doing on the side of my life. And yeah, I don't know. It's sort of like, I started just wanting to see how it'd go. I never really had like any big intentions. It's like, I always knew the possibility of like being small, never getting like anyone who actually cares about me, and the very thin possibility of like, oh, you know, some people do make it, other people don't, right? And I feel like I've succeeded way more than I ever like dreamt of. Like, I mean, to have people who tune into every stream, are here to chat with me, that's just amazing. That is just amazing. There's no other word to put about it. And to have people who make fun of me, to like all of that, receiving my first donation, that was all just so much. It genuinely brought tears to my eyes. But you know, I'm sort of, this isn't like, I guess so, I feel like this is kind of coming off of the like intention of like, oh, I should stop doing streaming. No, never. Your streams are very long indeed. Yeah. But no. This isn't like, when I thought about this, and it hit me over the past couple of days, just thinking about, I never came to the thought of like, I should stop streaming. No. Or like streaming's not worth it or not. But, you know, it has obviously like become pretty apparent to me that, you know, I'm going very slow and very steadily, but it is like, you know, it is something that is always going to remain a hobby. Because I was like, there is a possibility, you know, every person starting out streaming, there is always a possibility that you like hit it big. And now I'm like, okay, I know I'm not one of those, what do they say, 0.1% or something? Yep, I know that now. Being able to have fun is already a great thing. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I know, I once heard like another streamer talking about it, and they're like, if you're gonna play games and chat to people anyways, then it really doesn't matter whether you're doing it on stream or off stream. Like, go for it, girl. And I'm having so much fun. And also it's so great because a lot of the time playing games, it's like, sometimes it's hard to make that excuse. And then as a game dev, it feels bad not being able to play games. It's like, you know, it's obviously like a cliche. Someone that does something is like, you know, someone that does something creative is like, yeah, no, I also indulge in that thing because of research reasons. Like a manga artist reads manga for research. Or an animator watches movies and whatnot for research. Or in my case, a game dev plays games for research. But there is definitely a, you know, there is definitely a chance of like, whatchamacallit, getting that sort of, what am I trying to say? What am I trying to say? My brain is empty. There definitely is that like thing of, whenever you play a game, you do actually learn a bit about the game mechanics. Especially whenever I play games, I'm always thinking about it, like, and after playing the game, I'm always thinking about what did I enjoy about the game. And so, yeah, it's been so amazing. Once again, this isn't any sort of like, yep, guys, by the way, I'm graduating, or like, I'm only gonna stream once a week now. This isn't that. No. Not by a long shot. It's just my thoughts about everything. The low chance to get a big grade getting mentioned. Yeah. There's always like, I don't know. You should never give up just because you've done something for a couple weeks and it didn't work out the first time. You should never do that. Never, ever. Because, yeah. You gotta, you know, the more darts you throw at the dartboard, the more this horrible darts player that always misses support. I always miss support. The more this horrible dart player has a chance of like hitting a number, and sure, the number might just be like a 5. But you know, what if you hit bullseye or triple 20 at that? 60 points in one dart? Maybe. It's a non-zero chance. Every time you stream, there's a non-zero chance. But no, that's not just a thing going through my mind. It's like, one thing that like is very comforting though is it is the end of the year. Also, like recently, just per chance, it is very whatchamacallit. Perchance it is like just very busy right now, right? I have noticed on like there have been a couple days now where it's like I stream and then I don't just have to do something immediately afterwards. And I'm like, wow, this makes streaming so much better when I'm both get to stream and then draw or whatnot afterwards. So I acknowledge that it's just a very busy time right now, and all my busyness is about to run out. It's about to run out, you know? I'm about to be a lot more free than I was. And so, yeah. But also this is sort of like just, I don't know, for anyone else that's also like tried a dream in any percent, I just want to chat about it. It'll pay out eventually. Yeah, well, maybe. Never a guarantee. And that's the thing. I would say if ever you do follow your dreams, always like either have the backup plan or at least feel comfortable, like accept it within yourself that you might have to get a job or something, right? Like you might have to find money elsewhere. But it's like, yeah, alright. Okay, sure, whatever. Like, you can keep trying, and if you're doing a dream job and you're not enjoying it, if you're not having fun by it, then why are you doing it? If it's not making you, like, giving you any sort of reward for, like, any sort of money, and you also hate it, why are you doing it? That's what I say about streaming. Even if no one was watching me, even when no one was watching me, I still streamed. I still streamed, because I enjoyed it. I had no ulterior motive of like, I want to get super popular and I want to make a bunch of money and these people are just here to give me money. No, I just enjoyed it. It'll pay out eventually in one way or another. Yeah, exactly. That's what you should think about a dream job. Don't just think about how it will pay out, or any sort of hobby. Don't just think about how it will pay out financially. Think about how it will pay out happiness-wise as well. Whatever happiness means to you. Everyone has their own definition of happiness. Some people find happiness through pleasure, through watching shows, and all of that. And other people find it hard to find happiness through pleasure. A lot of people are like, I hate it when I watch YouTube for like 2 hours, like go watch a movie, because I love to work on my dreams, my passions, and I find fulfillment through learning new skills. Everyone has their own version of happiness, but yeah, you don't just focus on financial gain. Never just focus on financial gain. You grow from it as a person. Definitely. Oh my god, I've noticed my social skills get like genuinely 5 times better since I started streaming. And I've only been doing this for 3 weeks now. Genuinely, they have skyrocketed. I'm so much better at like social skills. And you'll profit from it even if it's not streaming. Yeah. And that's like, now we go on to more of like the past, like how I want to connect this to not my past, but past things I've had other people talk about. When I've heard people talk about this exact topic, right? Because I remember, I don't know, there's a lot of like different opinions out there about dream jobs, right? And some of the biggest ones that have stuck with me are one, when someone was like, like, there's reality, right? There's reality. And reality wants you to do something. And sure, you have to listen to reality, whatever. It wasn't trying to say don't listen to reality, but it was saying you have to be a little bit stupid. You have to be a little bit like stupidly optimistic, ignorant, whatever you want to call it. You have to do that at least a little bit, or else you'll never like achieve your dreams, right? You'll let reality push you down forever. You have to believe that like you can follow your dreams even if it doesn't happen, for you to be able to at least try. Like you can't succeed if you never try. Yeah. Money can't buy happiness. Exactly. For some people it can buy a lot of happiness. For me, money cannot come close to buying happiness. I have always I've thought about it a lot, especially like back when I used to have a job. I quit my job for like multiple reasons. Thank you for the follow. I quit my job for multiple reasons. It wasn't like to start tutoring or anything, just like to focus on, you know, university and all of that. But yeah, no, it's like I've always. Please tell me this is a real person. What do you mean? What, you think I'm just an AI? Not one of those chatbot streams? What? Huh? No, she's a cube. Exactly. Yeah, actually, this isn't a real person. No. I'm just a cube. You're just seeing a hologram. I got paid by like 4 of them. Oh, that is, not even I've ever been that unfortunate. That is, oh, you have horrible luck. Man, how do you get, wow. How is it that like from 4 random streams, like 4 out of 4 is, I'm just very lonely. A magic cube where a soul got reincarnated into, exactly. Exactly. A reincarnated catfish. Oh, well, I hope maybe I can bring a little bit of happiness to you. Although right now we're talking about like the topic of like dream jobs and whatnot, and so yeah, if that's something that might bring you not happiness, we want to tune out for a little bit of a second. But if not, yeah, we're talking about like dream jobs and reality and how we balance reality and dream jobs. How I balance it. How I, as a single person with a single life and a single life experience, choose to balance it. And what my own opinions are on like how I find happiness in life and whatnot. Yeah. Just chatting with some of the 1 to 5 students. You got 5 tabs open right now? Really? That's funny. Yeah, very successful person is a bit insane in one way. Exactly. One of the biggest things that I've, like, one of the biggest stories that always hits me is a story about, like, Yago, the founder of Hololive. He created, like, 5 different startup companies before Hololive worked, and he kept just investing, like, half of his life savings into it. And it's like, yeah, he had to be insane enough to just keep trying to be an entrepreneur until it finally worked out. I just browse the streamers who have low view counts. Thank you. Supporting the little guys. They are 100% more likely to chat with you and be kind. Yeah, I can see that. Sometimes I watch like big streamers and I'm like, well, maybe I shouldn't even try sending a chat message because they won't even chat with you. Unfortunately, it means a lot of AI bots. Yeah. I don't know, how advanced are AI bots at this point? Are they like, do they kind of, is it easy to tell, or is it sort of like, is it very, very difficult? Oh yeah, the same thing, for example, with Face Connect, which started out as a Reddit post. Reddit post. Really? Wait, who's the founder of it? I wonder. Wait, Face Connect. I'm not quite ready to search up the whole history. Founder. Kevin Lee, wow. Who apparently also VTubes or something. I had a conversation with one bot for 25 minutes. Really? It's really easy to, I was almost in there holding, wow, very conflicting accounts. One person is like, oh, it's super simple to tell, and the other one is like, it's very difficult to tell. Man. The rest were kind of obvious, but that one was crazy, and if I didn't ask, are you a real person, I would have never known. Did they actually tell you that they were a robot? I feel like if I'm so desperate that I'm creating an AI to like get me viewers or like money or whatnot, I would also be desperate enough to lie about the fact it's an AI. The one who got banned in Azure Lane. When did the CEO actually get banned in Azure Lane? How do you get banned in Azure Lane? No, it's usually obvious, but like one bot I saw that was AI. Yeah. Only Nero Summer's okay. Well, that's the thing. Nero Summer is very obviously like, she obviously portrays herself as a robot and whatnot. She's not trying to fake being a human. If you ask AI, it will tell you cause of the law. Well, really, once again, not to say anything about me as a person, but if I was desperate enough, is the law gonna stop me? If I'm that desperate, then I'm like, yeah, I need just a couple of, like, I would be happy even getting a couple of views on my AI bot. I feel like though, my voice is very human, right? Right? I feel like the way I speak is very filtered. Like the way I speak is, I don't know, could a bot replicate this? Do I need to do the like half wine glass half full test? Yeah, it was sad though. Oh man. It's okay. Yeah, could a bot speak in an Aussie accent? By the way, I'm not Swedish. Ignore the Swedish flag behind me, because whenever I play GeoGuessr thinks I'm Swedish. I'm not, I'm Australian. But it's really funny, because I forget who it was. Someone was like, if you told me you were Swedish, I think I might be able to see it. And I was like, this is hilarious. I was kind of heartbroken to find out I was just chatting to a chatbot. They can mimic my voice, boo. Oh well, it's okay. It's okay. I guess you just have to trust me, huh? Can a law-abiding bot do this? I'm a human. Well, is that a lie? I guess I'm a catfish. I'm a catfish and a cat and magic. Bring them all together. So I guess I just lied to you. Could a chatbot lie? Could a chatbot lie to you? Kaho bot. Yes, I am Kaho bot. Yeah, I suppose with only a few minutes it would be hard to see an AI, but like the conversation topics would be very strange that an AI talks about. But yeah, what happened with the face connect? Like, how did that start out? Because you said so with the Reddit post, but then how did a Reddit post transition into a full-on agency? I'm curious. But yeah, no, like, I definitely agree. If you have a dream, then you have to be a bit insane. Like, you have to break reality a little bit to follow that dream. But also, you gotta think about it, right? I think if ever you have a dream and you want to follow it, one of the first things to think about is, whatchamacallit? One of the first things to think about is, what am I trying to say? Why am I having a brain fart? Brain fart. Think, goddammit. Yeah, one of the most important things to think about is, why are you doing the dream job? Will it make you happy if you don't become successful? And obviously, I think it's a bit pessimistic to just assume you won't be successful. But I think it's good to think about, you know, like, I guess try to think about, yeah, have your dream job, be insane, then think about your dream job realistically, and then say, would I still do my dream job now knowing the realistic outcomes that could happen? It's like what I thought about, the biggest thing that hit me was the idea that every time I would come home from like anything that I had to do, you know, whether it be work or like school or anything, I would end up drawing anyways. And then I'm like, hold on. If, like, let's say I had to work a 9 to 5 my entire life. Like, let's say that was my entire life. Just none of my dream jobs ever worked out. I would still be drawing every minute when I got home. So it's like, you know, it's just drawing, but also sharing it with the world. That's the difference. He just started the company on his own, then searched for talents and stuff on Reddit. I think that's really funny. Thank you, Nako. 22, 33, 11, 44. Wow. Lots of numbers. It's that your computer passcode can hack you now. I'm gonna hack you with double 2, double 3, double 1, double 4. Thank you. But they talked about it was very sketchy at the beginning. Yeah, I imagine if you're finding talent on Phase Connect, it would be quite sketchy, wouldn't it? Yeah, I can. What do you mean, sorry? Oh, no. I don't hate the numbers. It's just every time I type out a long string of numbers, like one time I typed out a long string of numbers to prove a point that I say double and triple instead of like just repeating. You know, I pronounce your name as Naka double 2, double 3, double 1, double 4, as opposed to 2, 2, 1, 1, or 2, 2, 3, 3, 1, 1, 4. And then after enough numbers, it just sounds like a password. It's like the tongue twister. 1, 1 was a racehorse, 2, 2 was 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1 race, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2. And they're kind of like, by the end, it's just like tends to sound like a, you know, binary, a computer code or something. That's why all of Gen 1 is very special. Yeah, because I like took a big risk with Phase Connect, I imagine. A lot of Gen 1 still like doing things. I don't know, Phase Connect, yeah, go to the official website. Gosh darn it. Where's the talents? Phase 1 origins. And they're all Reddit users. Oh, Uraka's there. Wow, that's really funny. That's actually kind of, yeah, that's kind of funny. Are they all from like one nationality, or is it more of like an international company? Well, not national, like do they all live in the one country, or is it sort of like a lot more, you know, international? But no, that's kind of, wow, I can't believe they were able to get pretty international, right? Yeah, that means I have to deal with taxes. I can't believe they were able to get a bunch of female Reddit users that were just willing to join this random agency. Because it's pretty risky as well, right? Like, when you join an agency, you have to give them your personal details in case anything ever happens, or like if there's any liabilities, like you say something that could get you sued. You can't just run away and then the company has to get sued instead. And so, wow. And this guy, once again, this guy, right, the founder, whatever his name was, looking at these avatars, he had to pay a lot of money to get all these avatars made. And so it's like, once again, that's just pretty, he just had a dream and was like, I have money right now and it's more realistic for me to invest this money. And yet I'm just going to do this talent agency. Why not? Why not? I'm just going to spend money on 7 random girls to just see how it goes. And it worked out. That's amazing. Wow. Oh, that's actually so like wonderful. When did they all debut? How long ago was it? Because I thought Phase 1 was pretty not that long ago. Let me figure this out. Let me go to a random person here. More info. More info. I think he said that they weren't profitable until the first 2.5 years. Exactly. Kaho and Yanako channel, question mark. 4 years ago. Yeah, that's like insane as well, right? Like, you don't just have to be insane enough to... I think that's one of the hardest things about following your dreams. You don't... And this is the exact same problem I'm having right now. You don't just have to be insane enough to start following your dreams. You have to be insane enough to... whatchamacallit? You have to be insane enough to keep following those dreams even when it's clear those dreams aren't working out for you. Because I feel like a lot of people start dreams like, oh, I want to... You know, they see like PewDiePie and how much money he's making, and it's like, oh, I want to become a YouTuber. And it's like, yeah, but that's not going to work out for the first while. A lot of streamers say they had a full-time job. A lot of streamers are like, yeah, I had a full-time job and I did streaming for like a few years, and then finally it became profitable enough for me to be able to switch over full-time. I'm like, yeah, yep. Basically, you have to push on even if it doesn't work out for you. Yeah, and once again, the thing really working in my favor, the thing that I keep reminding myself is, it's like, how do I put it? It's enjoyable nonetheless. It's something I would do with or without the stream. You get me? You get me? Also, I just heard I'm probably confusing quite a few people right now with my mustache. And the Swedish flag. My avatar doesn't normally have a mustache. Yeah. But I like it. I like the mustache. Maybe I should make a permanent picture. What do you say? I like the mustache. I'm keeping it for at least the rest of the stream. You can't stop me. But yeah. But then one thing that also stuck with me, right? So this is what I talk about with tangents. It always takes me a long time to like get through what I want to say, because I'm always like going on different things, because I don't just want to, like, when someone has a good idea, I don't just want to, you know, sweep it to the side and then forget about it. So that's the first thing, is like the first thing sort of, what do you call it, in affecting my thinking process is, if you have a dream, the only people whose dreams succeed are those who are a little bit insane. Not saying you have to ignore reality, but I'm saying the only people who, you know, whose dreams like can actually become a thing are the people insane enough to start and keep at it. I spoke to another person I thought was a bot, surely enough it wasn't one this time. Oh really? I guess now you're starting to think that us humans are bots, huh? Beep boop beep boop. Beep beep boop 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 beep 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 boop. But no, the other piece of advice that stuck with me was, I once, like, when I'm quite a big fan of Hank Green, the Hank Green channel. I like him. I even follow him on Twitter. And one time he spoke about this exact thing, dreams. And I was like, I was asked this on an interview and I gave my answer on the interview, but I want to give my answer here so that, you know, anyone that doesn't know I did the interview, which was me, by the way, I didn't know he did that interview, can, you know, watch it. And his opinion was, don't follow your dreams, follow your tools, right? If you have a dream, you're probably going to regret following the dream, is kind of, not exactly what he said, but like almost the gist of what he said. And he was like, you're not providing for yourself and for the world when you just follow your dreams. You should follow your tools. And I'm like, yep, I see that. If you're good at something, it's... But here's my opinion, right? I think you should follow your tools to help out your dreams. Like, don't abandon your dreams for your tools just because you believe you should only do what you're good at. Once again, this is just my opinion. Just one little person's little opinion. But if you're good at something, use it to help out your dream. Don't abandon those tools. Don't act as if you're not good at it. But don't just do it because you're good at it. Use it to follow your dreams. Yeah. That's what I would say. And then the final piece of advice was from another VTuber, and I can't remember who it was, but they were like, I have known quite a few people who have quit their jobs or quit school and locked themselves up like in their room or something and been like, okay, I am going to, I'm going to like just use my savings and focus on content creation, focus on streaming, focus on like art for the next 6 months. And then it's like, they were like, I've never seen someone that has been like, yeah, I really, like, I didn't, like, I wish I did that, you know? Some people are like, oh, it's not a major regret of mine, like, I learned a lot from it. But some people, like, most people, they're like, yeah, follow your dreams while also following reality, was sort of what they were saying. The bots use VTuber models quite often too, really? That's interesting. And they say some off stuff sometimes. Yeah, I can imagine. And also, like, do they move as extravagantly as this, or like, do they sort of just move like, yes, I agree. Wow. Like, you get me? I would say the tool is only there to fulfill your dreams. Only because you're good at something that isn't what you want to do, it shouldn't affect the path you take. Exactly. Use your tools to follow your dream. And if your tool is something that like you're so good at, you're making a bunch of money at, then use it as like a financial way to support your dreams. Doesn't have to like the tools directly integrate into your dream. It can be like for me, yeah, obviously my tool of art, which is also a dream of mine, but let's just say it wasn't a dream of mine. I'm good at art and I used it to create my VTube model and all that. Yep. But let's say I was really good at art, but I hated it. I was making money off of it, right? Yeah, then I could use that to financially support my dream, to be my job, or, you know, buy extra stuff for my stream, buy a new outfit, sure, whatever. Most of them have bad memory. Yeah, the bots. Wait, sorry, I didn't even read. Yeah, they have standard movement. It's scary how good these bots are getting. Yeah. Even Neuro was pretty good nowadays. Use the tool, but don't let the tool dictate your life. Yes, exactly. Use the tool, don't let the tool use you. Use reality, don't let reality use you. That's what I would say. Definitely, you are so smart. You are so intelligent. Use the tool, use reality, whatever. Like, you're gonna have to use these things for financial, to live, whatever. But don't let them use you. Don't let other people saying you need to do a good education to get a good job and you have to focus on investments and whatnot. Don't let that dictate you. Use their advice. Don't let their advice use you. And so that's one of the things I've been thinking about is I feel like if it does turn out to where, you know, as I said, recently I've been very busy. If it turns out I feel this way and it's not just like a one-off, where it's like, I feel busy where I am streaming, like I'm just streaming and then just going back to like uni or whatnot, and that's just my life, and I'm not able to do any of the other stuff I love, I'm like, I have more dreams than just streaming, and so I've got to think about that, and I, you know, financially as well, and all of that, right? But as of right now, I don't know, as I said, it's like a fun little thing. It's almost been like going on holiday, right? And then one of the biggest pieces of advice that I've heard, one thing that has stuck with me so much, and it actually also came from Hank Green, but also from a few other people. But it's just kind of funny, it came from the same guy that was like, follow your tools, not your dreams. He said, and once again, I've heard this advice multiple times from multiple different people, he was like, if there is something you like want to try out, maybe you want to try starting a business. Then he was like, my advice is to, whatchamacallit, like take 25 to 50%. That's usually the number they give it is about 20 to 5. 50 is a bit on the bigger side. Some people I've even heard are like 80% of like the money you can take out, like of your savings. Okay, so don't use any money that you need to survive or anything. Take, you know, 25 to 50% of like your net worth, your savings, whatever, and spend that towards this goal. Be like, hey, this might be a total time dump, right? But commit yourself to it for 3 months. Don't just half do it. Commit yourself to it for 3 months. See if it works out, right? Once again, don't be like, oh, it might not work out and this might just be a lost 3 months of your life. Because then they say, let's say it doesn't work out, right? Then you've learned so much from it. All the people who have heard say this are like, yeah, you try this and then it might not work out, but you learned so much from it. And I'm like, oh my god, yes, let's say VTubing doesn't work out for me. I've learned so much from VTubing, that it doesn't even matter anymore if it doesn't work out. It doesn't even matter, right? It's a win-win either way. And then also, it's an idea, once again, of you have to try. Like, you can't succeed if you don't try, right? You have to throw darts at a dartboard to see if any of them will land. And so also this whole thing about like committing some portion of your time in your life and your money to something that might not work out. Not only if it doesn't work out, do you get knowledge from it, but also you tried. You tried. That's all you can do. You tried. That's like the best thing that could ever happen to you. Yeah. So, I don't know, that's one of the biggest. And also, another thing is, I've talked about how I want to use this stream to support my other dreams. My other dreams to support this stream. And the biggest thing I have on my side right now is time. I mean, some people, you know, like, let's say they spend their time doing the exact same thing I'm doing. They're playing games and whatnot. And it's like, but they're not streaming it, right? So literally, we're spending the exact same time doing these fun things, gaming, except I'm streaming, just giving it a chance. Even if it doesn't work out, just giving it a go. But also, there are so many people who start working on things in life in their like mid-20s, right? They finally start working on things after, whereas right now, I'm like pretty young. I have time to, if this doesn't work out, then I'm just starting working on something new at the same time everyone else was starting and working on something new. I've had teachers tell me that I should go into art branch even when I wanted to go into physics, which was the worst decision. Did you originally like focus on art and then be like, oh, well, like I actually really regret this and now you're in physics? Is that what you were saying? Worst decision, or worst decision by the teacher to tell you that? But yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. And then, what's one of the biggest things I've learned from this, and also like a little bit of advice I've heard from other people, but mainly something I've learned from streaming, is your dream doesn't just exist as is. I mean, I do it a little bit just because right now, in my first few weeks streaming, I don't really have the time, and also, it's not really, once again, I've got other dreams outside of streaming that I want to work on and whatnot. But if you want to become a streamer, for example, you can't just get a model and hit go live and that's it. You have to create a Twitter account, right? You have to create like a YouTube account to try to do stuff there as well. You can't just do the dream stuff. You can if all you want for fun. But if you want to give yourself the best chance at like, you know, giving yourself the best go at like actually turning this dream into a job, you have to go out there. You have to be a bit entrepreneurial, right? You can't be scared of change. That's another thing I've learned. You can't be scared of change. You can't be scared of hitting up people, like, you know, messaging people if you're a streamer and like asking for a collab. You can't be scared of that. Like, you have to do this stuff. You can't just assume it'll work out. You can, and it might just work out. But if you want to give yourself the best chance, if this is both something that's both fun, but also something you want to try out, you want to give, you know, that's the advice I would give you. Not you, like you in general, you know, you ghosts currently, anyone who is watching this either in the present or future, you. We had to choose in 6th class, I think which branch we want to follow, but it was basically what the teachers would fit you. Yeah. Sometimes they thought I would be talented in arts. I see. Yeah. But like, and that's the same thing with my arts, right? It's like, the arts, like with me and art, it's like, yeah, the art supports the streaming supports the art, and it just has a big circle. Yeah, like when, it's best when you try, and that's when you enjoy it the most. That's when you're like, I've given this my best shot. At least that's what I've taken out of streaming. If I ever were to like, you know, continuing streaming, or if I ever were to start a new dream job, for whatever reason I've like, you know, really put the brakes on streaming, that is something I would do. Is really, really give up my all. You get me? Ended up me being pretty bad at art. Yeah, I feel like I hear a lot of people in like especially back in high school, and they were like, yeah, I was like labeled as an art kid because I did a little bit of art in primary school, but art was just never my thing. And it's like, yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. And then it's like, every Christmas I would get like a new art, like I would get crayons and whatnot for doing more art, like a sketchbook, and it's like, I don't like art, guys. Maybe like I don't like art, but some of them are like, I was just bad at art. I was good for like someone who was 5. And that's what I was like as an art kid. But then past that, it's like, and then some of them feel like they're also keeping up with the expectations of like, you get me? They feel like they're keeping up with the expectations, like everyone wants them to be an art kid, so they feel like they have to be an art kid, and then it's like, yeah. Yeah. So that's all what I've been thinking recently. Stretch. Stretch, I feel so bad. I'll change my YouTube title after the stream to be like, oh hey, by the way, I wasn't actually playing Melatonin today. I didn't end up playing Melatonin. It took me pretty long to decide that I want to do something else. Yeah. And like also another thing in life, don't let your age stop you. I mean, maybe if you're like 90 years old, you have an excuse, right? Not to say you should give up on your dreams when you're 90, but if you want an excuse, being 90 is the best shot you have at it, right? Because it's like, oh, being 90 is like, at that point, even if you put your all into it, you might not live long enough to see your dream out. But let's say you're 30. You've already got a career. I'm still young, guy. Really? I thought you were like 111 years old. I thought you were the oldest dude in Australia. But no, that's what I'm saying. Even if you're 50, you're like, you're starting to think about, you're starting to think about, oh, am I gonna start getting grandchildren at some point, right? And you're starting to think about retirement at whatever retirement age, right? I think it's like here at 65 or something. You're starting to like, wow, wait, this is actually a real possibility, me one day retiring. Even then, you, like, if someone can make it as like whatever dream job, right? I'll guarantee you right now, whatever dream job you have, there's been at least one person who has made it, like who has succeeded in that dream job when they were 20. And let's be real, they weren't starting as a baby. Let's say they started working on their dream job when they were a baby. Let me say if you're 50, you can still succeed when you're 70 at oldest. But once again, they're not starting when they're baby. When they do start out, they're probably not too focused on working on their dream job. And so it's like, yeah, you can even if you're like 50, you can still make it. That's all I want to say. Back then, I wouldn't have thought about going to uni. But it's like, I don't know. I think it's pretty amazing. But don't let age stop you. You can always, I don't know. You live so long and people like to make it out like your life is over at the age of 30. It's not. It is not. It's not close to over. Anyways, I might head off soon. I did say I wanted the stream to be not too long, so yeah. I'll pull up my tongue twister and anyone that has any final thoughts, any final comments, I will still read them. Leave them now and I'll still read them. But yeah, I think I'm going to end stream now. And here I am, almost done. 4 hours, not too long. Yeah, not too long, right? Whoops. I was genuinely at about the 1 hour mark when I was sucking at the game. I was like, I might end it in about half an hour. But now I'm like, I think I just have too much fun chatting. I think that's a problem. Sometimes I play games and I don't like the games, or I feel like people are hating me watching games. Then I start chatting and I realize just how many people are actually watching me, just how many people like actually enjoy watching me, and just how much I enjoy chatting. And I'm like, yeah, yeah, this is where it's at. This is what it's about. And here's my tongue twister. How are we gonna be able to read this? Fine, I'll remove the Swedish flag, but the mustache isn't going. The mustache stays. The mustache stays on in bed. Like any Any final comments? Any final like words? Because I'll do my tongue twister, read chat, and then do my outro, and I'll head off. Yeah. Luke Luck likes lake. Luke's duck likes lakes. Luke Luck licks lakes. Luke's duck licks lakes. Duck takes licks in lakes. Luke Luck likes. Luke Luck takes licks in lakes. Duck likes. What? Game isn't for you, just drop it. Yeah, no, I think, like, man, I usually like rhythm games. I think I was just playing on stream, because on stream, I don't want to just play a game in silence, right? I can just do that at home, and no one's going to enjoy watching me play a game in silence, and so that's why. And it's sort of like with Uncle Chop's Rocket Chop. I don't think I could do another, like, full stream of that. I could definitely play levels, but not a full stream, but I love the game, and so I'll definitely come back to it, just, yeah. Why does it lick legs and howl? What? Luke Luck licks legs. Luke Luck is a person, and then Luke's duck also licks legs. Can you lick a leg? Sure you can. Sure you can. Right? Am I insane for arguing that you can lick a lake if you lick the surface of the lake? No, I still think when it's in its liquid form, like when it might just be the same as getting water on your tongue. So I suppose when you drink water, are you technically licking the water? But I'm talking about like you lick the surface tension of the lake. That's what I'm saying. Would you say you can lick water? I would say you can lick the surface of water. It has to be the surface though. You can't just be submerged in water, stick out your tongue, and then that counts as licking. No. It has to be the surface. Although, I would argue, if you are fully submerged in water, and then you lick like the surface of the air that's touching it, now you're licking air. That's my argument. You can lick air as long as you're submerged in something that isn't air, and then you lick where the boundary between air and not air is. That's what I'm gonna argue. So as long as it's water, it's always an indirect lick. It's like I could totally imagine this in a manga, like the guy getting super flustered because it's like, oh, did we just have an indirect lick? Not an indirect kiss, indirect lick. No, I think you have to lick a solid object for it to be indirect. Because let's think about it. If your lips touch water, and then another person's lips touches the same water atoms as your lips touched, that's not an indirect kiss. And when you're drinking a drink, the indirect kiss is only if their lips touch the same part of the cup that your lips touched. So, you know. And what I'm saying is that in that sense, even if someone licks the same water atoms you licked, non-indirect lick. I'll die if I read that. At first I thought I was getting baited into talking about Luke's, you know what. But then I realized no, it was just a genuine wholesome tongue twister. Wow, so many tongue twisters. New tongue twister every day until I run out. Alright, I'm gonna end up now. Thank you so much for everyone that came along to watch today. Oh, it's always such a blast, everyone who came, who came to watch. I love it so much. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone who followed today. Even if you unfollow afterwards. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And for everyone on YouTube who subscribed, I'm not sure if I get a notification when people subscribe. I tried to set up to I get a notification when someone subscribes, but I don't know if I do. Twitch certainly works, but I don't know if YouTube works. So, if you're on YouTube right now, cough, cough, go leave a subscribe and so we can check it out. Apart from that, it's generally such a blast whenever anyone's here to be with me. Thank you so much. And yeah, I stream almost every day at 2 a.m. GST, 10 a.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. GMT. Tomorrow I will be streaming the trolley solution. And yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, thank you for everyone who came along, and I will see you. You don't think it works? Did you try subscribing and it didn't work? Maybe it only works for people who have the, some people have the thing on where when they subscribe to you, you can actually see their username, and other people like don't have that activated, so you can't see who your subscribers are. Like you can't see if someone subscribed to you. You can always see who your subscribers are, but only for the subscribers that have that thing activated. So maybe it's only for that. Who knows? Anyways, thank you all so much for coming, and I'll see you when I see you next. Bye bye.